Hello. Come on in, take your shoes off. We are going to watch NXT. We're going to see Adam Cole versus Finn Balor for the title. Let's see what happens. Are you excited as I am? I'm pretty excited. I am. I'm tired, but I'm excited, people. I'm excited. Alright, so and there you have it, Adam Cole getting out of his car, Finn Balor walking into the building. Woohoo! Here we go, people. Let's get this party started. And Io Shirai will be facing Toni Storm for the women's title. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Yep. How you doing, everybody? All right. Uh-oh. What's going on? William Regal's got an announcement. Oh. Takeover is going to be 2 nights. Ooh. Oh, so we're going to have a takeover in the middle of the week. Wednesday, April 7th and Wednesday, April 8th. Couple of days before WrestleMania. 2-night event. Oh, that should be good. Can't wait for that. Stand and deliver. Huh. Stand and deliver. Uh-oh, the ladies are out on the stage. Maybe are they going to have a women's NXT show? You think? Why is William Regal got the women on the stage? We have to see. He gonna present them with their own tag team titles? Maybe. There's something on that podium. What's on the podium? I don't know. What's under the blanket? We'll have to see. I think it's some tag team titles. Injustice. Ooh. Lutz, what's up? William Regal is sick of people making decisions for him. Beautiful Lisa, how are you? Oh, it's going to be tag team titles, people. Tag team titles. Oh, there you go. Those are some good-ass looking belts. We now have NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. Oh, hell yeah. How you guys doing? Well, that's kind of cool. They gave them their own tag team titles. Oh, sorry to hear that, Lisa. I don't know. He's got a link. I don't know where the hell he is. Oh, shit. There goes Dakota Kai running the mouth. Oh, Jesus. Clip Brooke, how are you? How you doing? Ooh, Clip Brooke, they just presented the women of WWE NXT with their own tag team titles. What do you mean you just messing around? Why are you messing around like that, Lisa? Why you gotta be messing around? Huh? You messing around about cash or you messing around about your toothache? Jesus Christ, girl. Come on. Come on now, Lisa. What the hell is up with that? Oh. Shotzi and Ember Moon are in the ring challenging the new NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. Oh, yeah, they want a title match tonight. B-Lady, how are ya? Very good to see you too, B. Oh, and William Regal's making the match official. So we will see the brand new NXT Women's Tag Team Champions defend their titles tonight against Ember Moon and Shotzi Blackheart. That ought to be a good match. Yes, sir. All right. So that's pretty cool. We learned that April NXT TakeOver will be a 2-day event in the middle of the week even. And we learned that now we have NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. Very cool. Oh, and here comes Io Shirai. Stokers, what's up? How are ya? So we're going to have Io Shirai's championship match first up. Nice. The Genius of the Sky. First match on the card. Ooh, and she just blew right by Dakota Kai and Raquel Gonzalez. Blew right by them like they weren't even standing there. So, Stokers, how are ya? I am good. So far, everyone that's been in and out is good, I believe. Yup. Let me see if we can get... Let's see. Oh, and you know what? I should do this one too. do this one too. So yeah, I'm good. Kind of excited about the new NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. I'm doing good. Just bored. Gonna play a game. Going to live stream. Very cool. Stoke is very cool. Well, I hope you have fun playing your game. Not today. So the weather was so nice here today. It was like 50 something. It was really nice. Tomorrow is supposed to be, I believe, like 64 or 65. And then Friday, we're going to go. It was originally supposed to be 60 tomorrow and then 65 on Friday. Well, they changed it to tomorrow, like 60 to 65. And then Friday, they dropped it down to 55. I mean, which isn't a bad thing. It's still decent weather for this time of year. And we're going to get some rain this weekend, which, as long as it doesn't get too cold, shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully we'll get rain like Friday when it's still warm out, so that way it melts some more of the snow and ice. Because over the weekend we're supposed to drop back down into the mid to upper 30s. So it'll still be above freezing, but it's always better if it rains when it's warmer out, because then you get more meltage. And that's what I want. I want some meltage of the snow and ice. A good amount of it has already melted some. So, but of course we still have some big snow patches. A good amount of our ice is gone, like on our walkways. Wrestling Forever, how are ya? Thank you for coming. We are good. So Wrestling Forever, you watching NXT? Did you hear the announcement? Now we have NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. They made their own Tag Team Champion belts. And our takeover for April is a 2-day event. It's going to be April 7th and April 8th, a Wednesday and Thursday night on Peacock. Yeah. So that ought to be cool. I don't know how I feel about it being in the middle of the week, but we'll have to see how late it goes. Hopefully it won't go too late with it being a 2-day event. Oh, okay, Wrestle Forever. That's cool, though. But, yeah. You go tell Daddy. Goofy dog. But that's all right. Wrestling Forever. Not a lot of people follow NXT, but I like it. So that means the week of WrestleMania week, we have 4 nights of main events. Like we have the 2 nights of the takeover, and we have the 2 nights of WrestleMania. Usually stick to main shows and events. Cool beans. So we got Toni Storm coming out for her match against Io Shirai. Io Shirai is the women's champion, and it is a title match. So I don't know who I want to win in this. I like Toni Storm, but I love Io Shirai. I love the high flyingness of Io Shirai. Yeah. So I kind of like Io Shirai a little bit more than I like Toni Storm. So I think I'm going to push for Io Shirai, because I think Io Shirai is like awesome. Yes, it is a Mae Young Classic rematch. Wrestling Forever, you are correct. Yes, sir. But Toni's not as high flying as Io is. She's more of a ground wrestling type of person, so it ought to be good. Their styles kind of clash a little bit, but Io Shirai is like awesome as far as like the high flyingness. They call her the genius of the sky for a reason. So yeah, this ought to be a decent match. But I am pushing for Io Shirai. I am. NXT. Now, I don't get why NXT can have people in the crowd, but WWE can't. Different buildings, different parts of Florida. Maybe. I think this one is in St. Petersburg, Florida, and maybe that's what it is. But in my opinion, if they can have goddamn spring break, they can have people in the goddamn audience. I'm surprised Toni Storm has not been called up since she has been praised for many years. Yeah, I thought the same thing, wrestling forever. And I thought when she originally came over here from NXT UK that was her pathway to being called up. But now she's been over here from the UK for about a year, I think almost a year. And it may have something to do with her getting hurt. She was out for a little while because she got hurt. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're waiting for her to get back into her old strength and style. But yeah, unfortunately, when she first came over here from NXT UK, that's when she got hurt. I believe it was in the last War Games she was hurt. So that's the only thing I could think of is that's why they left her in NXT. Jet Wash, Peanut Butter Falcon. I thought you were going to say peanut butter sandwich. I was going to say, ooh, that sounds good right about now. I'm not hungry because I just ate dinner, but a peanut butter sandwich is always with a nice cold glass of milk. It's always a good, like even just a half of a peanut butter sandwich. Take that one piece of bread and you fold it in half. Yeah. It's always good. Oh, there goes Io putting her submissions on already. No, I like soup sandwiches. Oh, I wonder if the lack of fans at Raw and SmackDown are due to not wanting another Drew McIntyre situation on a bigger scale. It could be wrestling forever. And not only that, but I would think it could also have something to do with maybe it's. I almost wonder if they took a vote. Back when I tell hubby Doris I lie, he makes fun of me, saying, "Oh, get your drink." So wrestling forever. I almost wonder if both brands took a vote of their superstars to see how they felt about I was gonna say B Lady, about people being in the audience. And I almost wonder if with the main shows, if they're a little more cautious, because I think those stars make more money, obviously, and they're bigger draws. So I think if they were exposed, it would be a bigger hit on the company. Not saying that NXT stars aren't important. Thank you, B. But I almost think because the bigger stars make more money and they're the main draw on the networks that they're on. I mean, I don't know if that's the reason, but Wrestling Forever, you too. This is NXT. Who is that? Someone new? No, B-Lady, the one in the black and white is Toni Storm. She was part of NXT UK for the majority of her career. And she just recently came to the regular NXT brand. And the other one is actually the NXT champion. So, the NXT show, I think we see a little bit less of because they don't do pay-per-views as often as the main draws, like Raw and SmackDown, like the big show WWE. So you may have been a little less exposed to these ones. This one is actually, in my opinion, Cash's opinion, when they do the pay-per-views, it's a more exciting type of program. The weekly shows, sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. I bet Toni Storm feels lucky to be competing in NXT before the pandemic. Yeah, wrestling forever. I know when the pandemic hit, a lot of the superstars that performed both on NXT and NXT UK kind of got stuck with in whatever program they were on when the pandemic hit and all the travel restrictions were put in. Apparently that's why for a while we did not see a lot of the NXT UK guys here, and why NXT UK guys that were in the middle of the storyline kind of just got dropped and replaced in that storyline. Yes, sometimes Cash has an opinion. We don't always agree with Cash's opinion, but he does often give his opinion. And sometimes it's more appreciated than others. Sometimes it's more agreed with than other times, but yes. I don't know if he's sleeping because he did just get home. I think he said he was supposed to arrive home in the middle of the night last night. I think he said it was like a 12-hour bus ride or something like that. So he may have ended up falling asleep, or may just be spending some time with his kids. But I'm assuming that's why he is not here. But I don't know 100%. Like I said, I sent him a link, haven't heard from him, but that's all right too. Ooh, Toni Storm doing a suplex off the top rope. Nice. So the audience is with EO. They're doing a "Let's Go EO" chant. 1, 2, and no, Io Shirai kicks out. I'm hoping he is able to pursue his trucking. Well, he's supposed to go back there next week, wrestling forever. There was just a delay in his license, and apparently because of the delay, there was it caused even a further delay on when he could actually take his driving test for his license. So he went home for the week, and he's supposed to go back there next week to get in the last of his training and then take his test. I don't know. I had that thought too, but he swears he's going back. So I'm hoping that he sticks with it and does indeed stick with his plans. I think that'll be for the best for him and the kids, no matter what else he does. As far as like everything else, I think that would be the best thing. I think he has more of an opportunity to make better money that way. I know it would throw a wrench in the whole custody of the kids thing. If they go through with the divorce, but I don't know. He was supposed to go live today when he got home, when he got up. But I was working, so I don't know if he ever went live or not. But he had said that he would go live. So I don't know. Hey, Punk Steve, how are you?
What's your heating pad?
Oh, Jesus Christ. See what you did, me lady? It's over here.
Oh, not that one behind you. The other one.
Up here.
Down. Oh.
Can you reach it?
There you go.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Joy.
Hi guys and girls. Before you ask us, I watched your mail call video and commented. Cool beans, Steve. Hey,
Did you watch the mail call
Melinda.
video and did you comment? I don't think anybody was gonna ask, but you know he wanted to put that out there. So, yeah, about that. We'll talk more about it later.
Oh shit! Ooh, that was so close. Tony Storm kind of did like a pop-up power bomb to Io Shirai. Oh. See, now Tony Storm's going to do all this high-flying stuff right after I say she's not really a high flyer. Oh, shit. Io Shirai has an armbar on her.
So how's it feel to be a liar, Doris?
Tap, tap, tap. 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 And there she goes. Tony Storm taps out to Io Shirai.
Yes, B lady. I heard Doris say, "See what you did, B lady? You done made him show up." I'm trying to get it live. I was kind of stuck on an episode of, and yeah, I'm trying to get that though, people. Feels weird sitting on such a big screen now. Thank you, Wrestling Forever. I'm glad that you know that I'm good. I hope you're good. I hope everything's all right. Yes, I am still able to cash as an opinion. Holy shit. It is the Prince Finn Balor. Hell yeah. All right, so before we get going, Dar, Wolfie, are y'all lurking? Because if y'all are, you can see what's up behind me.
So did you get to hear about the ladies' new tag team champions? NXT has their own women's tag team champion belts.
William Regal called me about it last week. I told him that, you know, he's general manager, but honestly didn't think it was a good idea. And he's like, well, he needed to make a decision before NXT started. And that's when we all found out he had a special announcement. So, yeah, I was a little upset with him, but hey, we're just going to see how it goes, right? Yes, B lady. I got the call this afternoon. They had talked to the Indiana DOT and the Alabama DOT have both signed off, and I now have a special appointment and a closed course on Friday of next week to test to get my CDLs. And that isn't character. That's not me bullshit. The DOT just came together and felt like shit about what happened. So I'm the only person that's testing next Friday.
Cool.
But it also means that I probably won't get to do shit next week. They are putting me back in the same hotel room, put me back in the same hotel, but I may not get to be here with y'all because they're going to be riding me hard about getting my truck ready.
Yeah.
and they're trying to get me out on the road as early as the day after I get released. So, which means that Monday I'll come back here. Tuesday I'll be flown out to Las Vegas and catch my next ride.
Well, I will do exactly what I said I would do. Send you a link every time we do live, and if you're able to join, you are. If not, you're not.
Well, definitely the next time that I do a live stream with you, Doris, it will be with different lighting. The tag team belts can be as good as the people that hold them. If they like, all right, now we have 2 separate tag team divisions in NXT alone, not to mention 3 between Raw and SmackDown. So we just got to see how they play it out. I mean, who knows? We might see Sasha Banks and Bayley go back to NXT just to win them there, and then have a champion versus champion at WrestleMania. But we're just gonna see how we're gonna go. B-Lady, I will be on the road 5 to 7 days a week, but I will be on the road for the next month and a half.
The TV is very loud, by the way.
I've got it at 4 out of 100.
Then why can we hear it so? Or is your little voice lady talking that talks to you? Oh, maybe it's the kids I hear. Maybe.
Alexa, are you talking?
I am. Yes.
Thank you.
Anytime cash.
She knows what's up. For the next month and a half, I get paid $90 a day. So I'll make $630 a week. And after that, I think we just got to raise to 53 cents a mile. The problems with current women's tag team wrestling, Doris hit the nail on the head like 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, that they're just throwing women together to make tag teams. They're not bringing women together like Io Shirai and Asuka was a great tag team.
Yeah.
Rhea Ripley, Shayna Baszler would be a great tag team. Nia Jax and Tamina was a great tag team. And then they're just, yeah.
And that's what I like. And my problem with it wrestling forever is, like I said, they're throwing people together, but they're throwing them together for one match. They're not having them wrestle continuously where they can get used to each other's work and work better together. And I think that's the
I think
biggest
that
problem.
really missed a good shot with Ricochet and Aleister Black. They had a good tag team there.
And hi, Lissy, Seth, how are ya?
B-Lady, $90 a day when you're out on the road really isn't a whole lot of money. I'll spend $20 a day just eating. So,
B-Lady, that's what Jimmy thought when he was on the road. He was on the road for about 1.5 years, 2 years. And he said the same thing. You're not able to save any money. He was like, you basically, you can sleep in your truck, you can eat in your truck, but there's going to be times where he's going to want to get out of the truck. So he's going to want to go in and maybe sit in a restaurant and watch TV or just to get out or stay in a hotel room just to get out of the truck. And Jimmy said that's the one problem with being on the road so often.
Yeah.
No, lady, they don't.
Possibilities.
So, B-Lady, some tag teams come in as a tag team. They've been teaming for years together.
Whoa. Wasn't he part of the Authors of Pain?
Who?
The mullet dude, Colossal Bronson Reed. Wasn't he one of the Authors of Pain at one point?
No. Bronson Reed has always been on his own.
Okay. B-Lady, they actually give me a gas card, and with the gas card, they're paying for my showers. I'll get one shower every other day. So those two things are taken care of, and I think the laundry is discounted because of the contracts. So, once a week I'll have to wash clothes.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Versus this dude.
is when they're on the road, they have to pay for their showers, they have to pay for their laundry. They pretty much have to pay for everything at truck stops.
And it's not cheap. I mean, you're paying $3 for a Hot Pocket. A single Hot Pocket's like $3. And that's if they had them. But I mean, that's kind of like the way the food is.
Yeah. And yeah, so like, because I always ask Jimmy, like, how it was. And he always said it's something that's okay for a single man. He was like, but if you have a family or any type of responsibility, he's like, it's not worth driving over the road because you don't save any money. You're not able to put money away because you're spending it while you're on the road. And then at the same time, you have to remember too, they also need to keep some type of home base. So like when Jimmy was on the road, he was still paying rent for an apartment that was back here, or when he lived in Atlanta.
Fucking $1,600 for a 2-bedroom. Fuck that shit.
Right. So he was like, so you're still paying for that, and you're still paying your monthly bills just so you would have electricity and heat when you did get home. He's like, granted, when you're not there, right. He was like, when you're not there, it's not that expensive. He was like, but at the same time, that's still another bill that you have. Like Jimmy would end up wiring his mother money, and she would pay his home bills for him because he wasn't able to do it on the road. This was before like electronic banking and stuff. So
you'd have to MoneyGram that shit and hope that somebody didn't get your code when you was talking to her on the phone.
And no, not at some truck stops, maybe, but at most truck stops, you have to pay for your shower. And you got to figure the ones
that free with 50 gallons.
Right. And that's what Jimmy used to do. He would shower when he would fill up his truck, because if you fill your truck up, a lot of times they'll kind of like they do when you go to a gas station with the car wash, they'll give you a free car wash if you fill your tank up with gas, or you get a discount on your car wash.
Efficiencies. All right. So, Billy, to explain your question about Walmart or Amazon, I gotta have 2 years, no strikes on my license, and no wrecks to be able to work for Walmart or Amazon. 1 year for places like Tyson or Wayne's Farms or Pilgrim's Pride or something like that. And as far as efficiencies go, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking about that.
So
we'll get reimbursements for certain things that we got to pay for. Like if we got to buy glad hands for the trailer, or if we got to buy windshield wipers, that comes out of our pocket, but it gets reimbursed on the next check.
And like he said, with his gas card, they allow for 1-2 showers a week. Did you say, or something like that?
No. 1 shower every other day is what they require. But if I get 50 gallons today, I get a free shower. If I get 50 gallons tomorrow, I get a free shower. So if I got 50 gallons of gas or fuel every day, I get a free shower, and it just builds up on my card.
Oh, okay. So B-Lady, I mean, I'm sure a lot has changed since Jimmy's been on the road, but I just know that there's a lot they have to pay for out of their pocket. Some companies will reimburse them, some companies won't. And as far as being in a big company like Coke or Amazon or Walmart, it takes a lot to get in there. There's only certain trucking companies that will take a brand new truck driver. And you have to gain your experience.
Well, see, my company's training me, so they're investing in me from day one. They're paying me a weekly basis, $500 every week. Now, after taxes, they took 21% taxes out on me.
And no, B-Lady, they do not get efficiency apartments. The trucking company will not provide them with an apartment. The trucks they're provided have a sleep compartment in it. that, depending on the company, may have Wi-Fi, but I'm sure they have to pay for the Wi-Fi to get it. But they're only required to give you a place to sleep. They're not required to provide you with luxuries. Because you got to remember, too, that like TV and Wi-Fi and stuff, that's considered a luxury. The company's
A
not
non-essential
required.
luxury.
So,
Well, see, I actually like this is what's cool. Like, not every company is the same, but I have an amazing company. They have terminals based around the U.S. And if it just so happens I reach the end of my 14 hours or near the end of my 14 hours, and I say I'm tired, they actually have a bunk area, sleep area, and a dining area that I can go to while I'm in the area. You know, I could take my 10 hours downtime there. That's with TV, internet, and shit like that.
and B lady,
Yeah,
I think that would depend on where they live, what town and state they live in. As far as like an efficiency apartment, I'm not like when Jimmy was on the road and he lived here when he first started on the road, he basically stayed in like one of those housing complexes. I'm what you would consider a condo today. Back then they were apartments. And it was just like a 1-bedroom. Say North's son is a truck driver and their company gives them all. Like I said, B lady, every company's different. Some companies will, but I think it also depends on how long you've been with the company. Like that may be part of a fringe benefit package that companies provide. But I think it depends on the company. Because I know the company that Jimmy drove for, Jimmy worked directly. He was a driver's helper at the time because he had just gotten his license. So he was almost like, I think, what Cash will be when he's training. So Jimmy would take turns with the owner of the truck driving. The owner of the truck would get the contracts, but he owned the truck. So basically he was the one that paid Jimmy. So it might have been a little bit different than working directly for a company, but he even worked for a few companies over the road and said he still didn't make a whole lot of money. And
see, luckily for me, I'm going. My company gives me 11 cents a mile for food. Once I get started in my own truck. So that's where, you know, I think it's like I said, it's like 52, 53 cents. And then after that, the 11 cents, everything else is taxed. So, I mean, I'm going to end up with a pretty decent check out of it. Now, with me being a regional driver, I have the option of being home every weekend. I'm supposed to have a 34-hour reset every weekend at 34 to 48 hours, which is, you know, the time that I'm not allowed to drive at all. So, yeah. Okay, baby.
And to be lady, like Cash was just saying about being allowed to drive, you got to remember too, the trucking companies and the truckers have to abide by state and federal law. So they're only allowed to drive a certain number of hours straight, or in a day they have to take so many hours off, and they have to keep. Now Jimmy said a lot of the trucks do it for them, but like they have to keep a log of when they stop, how long they stopped for, and how many miles they drove. They're only allowed to drive so many miles and so many hours a day.
We're only allowed to be active 14 hours a day. As many hours or as many miles we can get in that time. Now, my trucking company actually put a governor on our truck. We cannot go over 65 miles an hour. So at the most, I would be able to get, let's see, 13 and a half hours driving because they require a 30-minute break after 8 hours. Would be, what, roughly 700 miles, something like that a day. What are y'all doing? And why is the lights acting up?
I don't know. But yeah, so I think the trucking company and the amount of experience of the truck driver makes a big difference on what they'll be provided. But like when Jimmy drove, it was they got reimbursed a certain amount for certain things. But other than that, they were required to pay for a lot of their own stuff.
Thank God everybody's all right.
What was that?
Yeah, thank God you're not dead. They knocked the door off the hinges going into the bathroom.
Oh Jesus!
Are we doing a late stream tonight, Doris?
I do have to work tomorrow, but NXT gets over at like 10. So
Never mind.
And B Lady wants to know, do you know what kind of truck you will be driving?
I believe I have a Freightliner lined up. I believe that's what they got for me. But I'm training in an international. But they knocked the door off the hinges and going into the bathroom.
Yes, Punk Steve. Normally on a big rig, the front where the driver sits is called the cab of the truck. Some have bunk, some don't. Normally, if it's a over-the-road truck, it will have a bunk.
Yeah, the front of the truck is called a cab. But yes, my truck will have a sleeper in it. The truck I'm training in is going to have bunk beds. I imagine that I'm going to be on the top. Oh, I'm fine. I was more worried about the kids because I heard my kids scream.
Yeah, Lisa, his kids almost got crushed by the bathroom door. Apparently, it fell off the hinges.
But they've been playing with it.
See, when the lights flashed, I wasn't sure, like, when I heard the scream and the lights flashed, right, I'm like, oh my God, did they, like, play with the stove or something?
Let me in.
Oh, she said, I know. There is a reason you asked Doris if you guys were streaming late.
Oh, yeah. I was going to go and get some alcohol and just talk, but that ain't happening now.
Why?
Today's been another one of them stressful days.
And did you hear about Takeover? Takeover is going to be 2 days. It's going to be April 7th and April 8th. In the middle of the week, a Wednesday and Thursday. In the middle of the week, 2-day event. That was the other announcement that William Regal had. What is wrong with your lights?
Shotzi and Ebony are coming out.
I know they're challenging for the tag team titles already. You may want to sub to Dirty Broke 215, one of the best tracking channels on YouTube.
I'll look into that. Has anybody else missed this? I've missed this. I don't know why I was freaking out because I had the microphone set to 0 sensitivity. That's why I kept looking around because I had it on 0 sensitivity.
B Lady Takeover is NXT's version of a pay-per-view.
Well, it's NXT's version of the top 4: Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, Survivor Series, and SummerSlam. Now you'll have special events in between there that will normally air on USA on Wednesday, but Takeover is like their top 4. For Shotzi, we'll make it green, and then Focus.
Punk Steve, I don't know if he could call it Cash Cab because there is a show here in America called Cash Cab, so he may get in trouble if he uses that title.
If I was to start a channel, based directly on my truck driving, it would probably be Cash's Miles or something along those lines. Because I'm doing a countdown to 120,000 miles. Once I hit 120,000 miles, I have a decision to make. Either I can stay with the company or I can move on to, let's say, Schneider or Tyson or something along those lines. As long as I don't have a wreck. Hey guys, y'all remember my wife?
And Wrestling Forever said, how about Cab Talk with Cash Von E?
We could go that route. If I was gonna implement my Cash Von Esper, it'd be the Von Esper Trails. Cash's Cab. I mean, y'all are really pushing for me to make live videos on this, aren't y'all?
They're gonna miss you.
So I don't know when I'll be able to do this. I don't even know if I'm gonna be here next time I get a chance to do a Dorsey's Wrestling Fanatics. I do know I have Zoom on my Chromebook, and my Chromebook doubles as my work computer, so it's now officially a tax write-off. A $350 piece of equipment.
Come on, tap out. Dakota, tap out.
So let me tell you about my little girl, my Macy. I come in the house at 2:30 this morning. Yes, that's when I fucking made it home, was at 2:30 this morning. I walked in this house. I did what I had to do to bring my shit in. And my cat's looking at me. You know, she looks at me at first and then puts her head back down. And then about 10 minutes later, or 5 minutes later, she looks back at me again. And I come in the living room to grab a cigarette. And she come running in here meowing the whole time.
So it finally hit her that you were home?
Yeah, she goes. Just watches me. B-Lady. All right, so I am a huge fan of technology. It's not necessarily the fact of a Chromebook or an HP or Alienware or PC or iOS. I love technology in general. Now, why do I like my Chromebook? I now have a 13-inch tablet. I now have a mobile laptop. I have 200 gigs on an SD card that I could just slide in there, take out, and slide another one in at any given time. I literally have what I need in this awesome Chromebook. And, you know, I know Kathy Bates knows it all, but that's because she's been around long enough to see the blueprint back in the 1400s. So, what I love about this Chromebook, okay, I close it, it instantly goes into rest mode. It doesn't go into, like, hibernate, you know, where on your phone it hibernates, but will come on when you get a phone call, nothing like that. This stays just asleep. When I open it, yes, HP paid me for this shit. When I open it, it then kicks on. which is a beautiful little screen here. But the greatest thing, like I found out on the Greyhound yesterday, Greyhound now has Wi-Fi and their own Greyhound TV where you can watch movies and TV shows and whatever the whole trip. See, it requires my Google password to log in. So when I folded it like this, put it up against the seat in front of me, I now have a personal TV. It's Bluetooth connected. And I use my Bluetooth earbuds like the whole trip. I mean, it was just great.
That's cool.
Good tonight, right? You have to make me go outside all night long.
I'm laughing because I can hear Jimmy talking to Tilly.
Oh, I can hear Jimmy talking to Tilly. Hey, Will Raleigh Sport. Hey, appreciate you coming in and commenting finally. Just wish you could have got in a little bit sooner so you could have done the hate with me.
Well,
I mean,
thank
I'm
you
sorry
for
that you're in
coming
the UK.
Fort Raleigh.
I'm sorry you got to wait 10 hours to watch it live, and you know you got to hear us talk about, oh my God, Finn Balor just won the title again. Oh no, I'm just playing. But no, this is actually Android. Chromebooks are all going to be Android, and it has the RAM and everything that I required or that I was looking at for a tablet, and it was going to cost $400 for a tablet. But tablets are just so sensitive. You can scratch them up easily. You can do all this other shit. I mean, this is a touch screen. It's got the keyboard. It's got the mouse built into it. Not to mention it's got the 2 USB-C plugs, one for charging and then one for going out. If you log in with your Android account that you have on your phone, you can actually share your internet from your phone to that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, it's amazing shit. Like, you don't have to do hotspot or nothing. You can just connect. So,
Yeah.
so yeah,
Like-
that's why I like Chromebook.
The TV that I have for my other monitor is Android TV, and that's what I love about it the most. Like, I can connect to my living room TV, I can connect to my computer, I can connect to my phone.
Yeah, and it's just amazing. You know, I mean, I can do the same because I got an Android 4K here. You want to see a magic trick? I bet I can make a cat appear in my lap. Watch this. It takes a second. It's a work in progress.
Hi, Maisie.
And what a lot of people can't do with their cats that I can do with mine. It's pretty good. I think that's what we're going to see tonight, Wrestling Forever. I honestly think that we're going to see Adam Cole win the title tonight, and then Finn Balor is going to have to open the Demon's door to win the title back at TakeOver. I mean, the Demon went over really well in NXT. The only problem was that, I mean, I kind of see that they overused it. And when they moved into Raw and when they moved into Raw, he only used it for the Big Four. So, you know, B-Lady, she's not exactly trained. She just missed me that much. She's been sitting right there on that chair since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, waiting for me to do this. Getting that right, girl. Can I get a kiss? No? Okay. Can I smoke a cigarette? I want to go to the UK, but I'm just going to steal some of your black chicks, so I hope you don't mind. I think a ghetto British chick would be awesome. What did you call me? Oh, hell no, sister.
Ooh. Ooh,
So,
Emma
did anybody else notice that Bailey is single now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I did hear about that.
Yeah, my cat, she's definitely my cat. She has not really left my side since I come home this morning. She's trying to find a way to love on me, but she's going to fall if she does. Anyway, Ember Moon face first into the second turnbuckle by Dakota Kai. Dakota Kai in the purple hair with the white straps, white and black straps. coming forward with a high kick straight to Ember Moon into the corner. Ember Moon is knocked out. Dakota Kai's Raquel Gonzalez tag team take her ass in. Whew. I'm about to start speaking like Doris, the Cash and Cavs connection, because you can't teach that. Oh my God, what the fuck was that? Raquel Gonzalez with a fireman's carry to a toss to Dakota Kai, big kick to Ember Moon's face. Anyway, that hurt.
Wrestling Forever, I don't know. They kind of stopped having Finn Balor do the Demon King before Bray Wyatt became the Fiend. And I don't see the two being very similar. Like, I don't think the Demon King was ever meant to be like paranormal type of thing, whereas Bray Wyatt is in a way.
Doris, have you not been paying attention to the story of Finn Balor? How Finn Balor got his name?
I heard the story. I don't remember it.
Oh my God! All right,
Finn
so there was an
Balor
Irish.
is the name of a demon, an Irish demon or something like that.
There was an Irishman by the name of Finn who lived in a little Irish town, and there was this demon that always bothered the town, and the demon's name was Balor. Finn could not figure out a way to save the town, so the only way he could figure it out was to absorb Balor in and let Balor out at times of war. And that's how Finn Balor came about. So yes, it is absolutely paranormal. Now the Fiend Bray Wyatt, as many of y'all remember, Bray Wyatt, the Fiend, was having like this little matches against everybody, and where he took on Finn Balor twice, right?
Yeah.
And it was kind of leading into Finn Balor needed to get into the darkness to be able to defeat Bray Wyatt. Well, WWE's plan was to just completely job the Demon King to the Fiend. And luckily for the Demon King and Finn Balor tore his bicep and required surgery right as it started to get to the peak of the story. So, Finn Balor said in a way it's really good because he would hate to have had to have jobbed to Bray Wyatt after defeating Bray Wyatt as the Demon King.
Right.
So
and yes,
that's what happened with the Demon King and the Fiend.
And yes, Rally, we both like Ember Moon. I actually want them to win the titles tonight. I think that would be good.
It would be nice to see Ember Moon and Shotzi Blackheart win it. However, Shotzi has the in-ring presence. I don't think she actually has the personality to carry a championship or possibly even a heel turn. I mean, we're looking at Ember Moon right here doing amazing, but Raquel Gonzalez is just using her China-like strength to just overpower her. The Eclipse is amazing. It's an amazing move. And the fact of the timing and the positioning has to be just right, not only on the Ember's part, but the opponent's part too. Oh my gosh! Dakota Kai with the roll-up 2 and 3. You were right. Dakota Kai and Ember Moon just won the NXT Women's Tag Team titles.
You mean Shotzi Blackheart?
No, it's Ember Moon and Ember Moon. No. Ember Moon's the only star of the two. Yeah, Shotzi and Ember. Oh my gosh. Congratulations to Shotzi and Ember. The Fiendish Bliss. Yes, that is my name I'm calling her. That is mine. Trademark Cash One as for Fiendish Bliss. She is amazing, and she is carrying the whole Raw show and only doing 2-minute segments and pre-recorded locations. So kudos to her for all that. Kudos to the storyline guys for keeping that going. A horror element to Raw is something we've been missing ever since Kane retired. Ember Moon and Raquel Gonzalez would not have been a better team. Honestly, I thought the Ember Moon and Naomi tag team once upon a time was actually really good.
Yeah,
but they only done it for a couple of Raws. I mean, you end up from like the rear view into the Eclipse. That would have been an amazing tag team finisher.
Yeah, Rally Sport. I was actually very excited when they came out and challenged them. And I was like, oh, I think they could win. They like have kind of been pushing them as a tag team.
You see, what's funny is I didn't even know who the hell Shotzi Blackheart was, so I started following me on Instagram.
Well, and I remember you saying to me, who the hell is Shotzi Blackheart?
Yeah, I mean, she just randomly followed me. Like, I'm not that big of a fucking celebrity. I mean, come on, there's no reason to follow me. But yeah, so I mean, I thought that was really cool. And then to see her come out, like, she has an awesome in-ring presence. She has an awesome intro. But Ember Moon doesn't really use the mic. Shotzi Blackheart doesn't really seem like the talking type. Now, she seems like a fun tank girl. Don't get me wrong, and I'm pretty sure that's what they were going for. But I don't see this tag team running further than NXT TakeOver. So,
Okay, Steve.
all right, guys. Thumbs up if you think Adam Cole has what it takes to defeat the Prince, Finn Balor.
I could see it just for a takeover main event for Finn Balor to come back and challenge him, and then I think Adam Cole's going to end up going to Raw or SmackDown.
I don't think Adam Cole's big enough to go to Raw or SmackDown. Like, he has the following, but I mean, I'm looking at him. I'm broader than him. I have a better chance of taking on somebody like, I don't know, maybe if he went to AEW and took on Christian Cage. The Moonlight Brigade, Midnight Brigade, Ember Moon, Shotzi Moon. How about Shots of the Moon? Shooting the Moon. I don't know. Moonlight Brigade seems like a lot. Oh, jeez. And how is it NXT has like the more beautiful women with such low budget? I mean, but we got Zia Lee versus Kaden Carter up next on NXT Live on the USA Network. If you're not watching, you better turn over now. You people in the UK, don't forget to watch tomorrow when that shit hits. What is it? Sky Sports, I think is what it's hitting on for y'all.
Yeah.
I think it's Sky Sports 8 for NXT and like Sky Sports 1 for the pay-per-views and Raw. Oh no, you had good names wrestling forever. I just don't see it rolling off the tongue. The Moonlight Brigade, the Midnight Brigade. I mean, it seems like a lot, you know. Shot in the dark, shot at the moon, shooting the moon. I mean, it's stuff that's been said before that people are used to. So that might go over a little bit well. Shooting the moon is a play in hearts whenever you collect all the hearts, Doris. It's called Shooting the Moon.
I was actually just trying to think of other names that would be cool for them. And good job. You just made Maisie leave. Good job, Cash.
I mean, who leave?
Maisie.
Oh, she doesn't like cigarette smoke. Macy. All right, so I know it's not wrestling related. And yes, this thing is going with me everywhere I fucking go. But does anybody remember? Well, I'm pretty sure half of y'all remember the failed game Cyberpunk 2077. And the reason I say failed game because it was made on cross platforms and fucking failed on Xbox and PlayStation because it just didn't have compatibility. Well, I played it, I beat it, and it's amazing. And Walmart actually had the action figure made by McFarlane Toys of the main character. You know the face? Can you recognize that face? Who is he?
Is that supposed to be John Morrison?
Keanu Reeves.
Oh.
Let me clean my camera. Clean my camera. Somebody find Doris her glasses. She can't see them. They're too blurry.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, I can see. Well, and I thought because, and I should have known when you said it's not wrestling related that it wouldn't be John Morrison, but at least I gave John Morrison a compliment, mistaking him for Keanu Reeves.
Keanu! God bless it.
Oh, dear
Keanu
God.
Reeves did a great job as Johnny. I completely agree. And that is the whole reason, like, all right. So at Walmart, my kid did great tonight or today. I took a nap. My daughter did 2 hours of schoolwork, and not to mention like all of her assignments that she's supposed to do today. My son played quietly in his room, didn't destroy nothing today, so I'm buying him a toy. They did great, okay? So I found a Spider-Man. Oh, amazing Spider-Man. Doesn't make a sound, even more amazing. So I bought it for my son, bought my daughter a unicorn. And in the process, I found a Miles Morales Venom Spider-Man. I'm like, all right, this bitch is mine. No doubt, this bitch is mine. Well, I was going through electronics to get to the food aisle, and I saw Cyberpunk 2077. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. They got the action figures out here. Now, anybody that knows toys, McFarlane Toys is top tier made and crafted laser sketch toys. And I found Johnny. I was like, oh my God, I gotta have it. And I brought it out. I put it up on the stand and everything. My son said, is that an action figure? I'm like, do not fucking touch. It's mine. $25.
Yep, and he was like, in his head, he was like, that's okay, Daddy, because you're going to be gone in a week anyway, and I'm going to play with it.
And this thing is coming with me on the trip. You think for 1 second anybody's going to be sitting with me? Because I'm going to be sitting there. Johnny, we can't do that. It's not here. I know it's 2021. I know that's when you've done it. We can't talk about that here. They're listening.
Oh, dear God.
Wait. Well, I don't know. Dealing with what happened the last time I was on the bus, maybe I want people to sit next to me. A Macho Man Randy Savage feed. Hell yeah, dude. Get a Macho Man. Like, every day, WWE is like, why don't you buy this title belt? Why don't you buy this? Why don't you buy this? And I'm sitting here like, I've got the money. And I'm like, wait, no, I really don't. And plus, I don't really have an address I can send it to. So,
and there's, should have been us.
bring back Austin Aries. Oh shit, the fingers actually open up. They don't bend, they open up. Oh shit. Oh, sorry.
Is there going to be a
ASBA
new, is there going to be a new, smaller Greyhound grabber?
Dear God, I hope so. This time I hope she swallows.
Talking about the fucking doll, dumbass.
Oh. I don't know. Contrary to what people say in the chat.
Do you like Matt Cardona, Brian Myers, than Cash Von Espers?
What?
He said, do you like Matt Cardona, Brian Myers, than Cash Von Espers figures? Just
if I had a Matt Cardona, it would probably be a Zack Ryder action figure. Because when I first started watching wrestling with my oldest son, he loves Zack Ryder so much that he would say woo 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 just randomly. And I'd be like, you know it, son. You know it. You know? You know it. Ooh, radio. Oh, all right. You cool, Keanu? Like, you just dropped your bag, bro. You know there's a bomb in here. You got to be careful with that shit. Anyway. An hour and 15 minutes. Well, somebody went to ASBA. Who do we got? Oh, yeah, Zaya Jan. Like, I like her gimmick, but she still isn't good on her timing. They should not be plugging her this hard.
Yeah.
Hey, Joseph, thank you for showing up to the live stream today, even though Doris didn't want to. Caden Carter. Caden Carter's
That,
gorgeous.
and you know, is better with Matrix or probably John Wick. Could a cyberpunk movie with him be good?
If they did a cyberpunk movie with Keanu Reeves, like, in case anybody here is going to play it, I really don't want to give it away. If they did a cyberpunk movie with Keanu Reeves, it can't be based on the video game because it was too cinematic. It would definitely have to be based in 2022. And I really don't want to give away any spoilers. If you want the spoilers, I streamed the whole game on my channel. Just please don't leave us here to go watch it right now. Wait until after NXT's over. You know, I'm live now.
Up there's the walking shower curtain Halloween costume.
You're just mad because she doesn't have to keep her face covered when she wears that, and you do, Doris. That's all it is. I mean, that's from Shaolin tradition anyway. Oh, she can dance too. My eyes are so fucking blue in this camera.
Doris, you left at 8. I left at 8 and the truck drivers just showed up. I'm like, what the fuck?
Can somebody
That's
please
what
donate to
happens.
Dorsey's PayPal to get some glasses that she can actually see with and hopefully keep them on her base? Maybe we should just get her LASIK. She'll have another reason to not be here for 3 days.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What's that?
Joseph.
You're as good as you can be. If you have to make a statement like that, then you can be better. And you know what, Punk Steve? I encourage you tomorrow to be better than today. And the reason I say that is because if I got to get through the shit I'm going through, bro, you got to get through it with me. All right? Flat out. Motherfucker. What's wrong, Doris? The magnifying glass not working on your screen?
Please help me, people. I need.
She needs a psychiatrist. If anyone knows a good one in the Boston area. Raleigh, honestly, I would like to say my favorite NXT superstar would be Finn Balor. I hate the fact that he's back in NXT, but they use him right in NXT. As far as favorite female wrestler, I would definitely have to say it's a tie between Amber Moon and it used to be Rhea Ripley. But I like Raquel Gonzalez. She has a really good, strong form. I think she'll be probably the next woman to get called up after WrestleMania, Raquel Gonzalez.
And as for me, I like Adam Cole and Finn Balor. And I also love Ember Moon.
Sadly, I didn't get to see Ember Moon in NXT before I got to see her on SmackDown.
And Raleigh, Ember Moon was on the main roster for a little bit and then got hurt. And I think that's why she restarted back in NXT, just to make sure she's in good. Obviously, I'm wrong because Cash is shaking his head. And what,
No,
Cash?
she did a Finn Balor. She did a Finn Balor. She felt she was used better in NXT. She actually asked to go back. And it's not me trying to, it was just them, not using her right.
My wife. Oh. Well, Steve, that. I'm sorry to hear that, Steve.
I've got nothing to say to that. I hate you're going through it. I can say that. I hate you're going through it.
I absolutely love this time of year. So much to be excited about. So much weather in the corner. That's some rainy season.
Well, Steve, the only time you don't want to stay positive is whenever you go get an STI test. That's the only time you don't want to be positive.
It's Irish, right?
Can I get an LOL in the chat? Lisa, I know you're laughing your ass off.
The biggest takeover issue now the NXT Cruiserweight Champion card. The reason why. So.
Oh, Jordan Devlin's travel ban got lifted.
I'm looking for NXT. What travel ban is actually lifted?
Honestly, I don't think Ember Moon wants to move back because, like I said, she was just being used too good on NXT, and not to mention the travel was light. I wouldn't want to. I mean, it's a huge pay cut. You know, like what, $800,000, $900,000 pay cut. But I don't really think she'd want to go back to Raw or SmackDown because I mean she was being overshadowed by people that had less talent. I mean, yes, I'm referring to Charlotte Flair. Honestly, I think she has better talent than Becky Lynch. It's just that Becky Lynch had the following behind her and the presence, just the strong presence. And you know, and you already had the 4 horsewomen of wrestling already running rampant on Raw and SmackDown, so no one else really got to get the limelight during that time. I mean, if Ember Moon was to come back now with Becky being out, she would probably be in the limelight with Asuka or with Becky Lynch, or Sasha Banks, sorry. But yeah, I don't think if I was her, I wouldn't want to go back. I'd probably just bide my time, wait for the contract to end in May, and go to AEW where she could be used better and she could defeat someone like Nyla Rose.
I paid right at the time.
Because, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing Awesome Kong and Ember Moon tag teaming up for the women's title over there. I think that would be a good tag team right there. And not just because they're black, but because they both have good in-ring ability. Gary! Where you at, buddy? Where you at, buddy?
I don't know.
Case of the Monday.
I got a case of the Wednesdays because we got NXT, bitch. Oh,
Get groceries, comfort food.
I'm sorry I was late, guys. Like I said, I got caught up watching YouTube, eating dinner with the family. So
Right to your door.
that's what happened.
Contactless delivery.
Okay, I'm not sure how many of y'all actually know me. Damn it all to hell.
Download the Instacart app today or visit instacart.com to get free delivery.
Hello, Kathy.
I had no idea how much I was spending on monthly subscriptions. Truebill showed me exactly how many I had and made it so easy to cancel all of them.
I was able to recognize things I was wasting money on every month. The amount of things it can do for you. Canceling services, negotiating bills, having all your accounts in one view all together. Truebill.
How do I use better than Bouillon? I just had to snuggle to my ready.
Yeah, I had just been off the bus for all of 3 hours and I couldn't get back to sleep. So,
Chicken, steak.
Fried.
God damn it, Kevin. I fucking can't.
Better than Bouillon.
Chicken, beef.
Wow. Sauteed onion. This kid, brush it off. Saute. It has that cooked all day taste. That doesn't take all day. Better than Bouillon. Don't just make it better.
Real Home Realization by Realtor.com.
Will somebody pull a chair out from under Kathy again and get her ass back to the hospital?
Stop it.
I'm sorry.
Louder, my neighbor.
Hey, Kathy, quick question. What medicine they gave you for your dementia? I wonder if it's the same one they got for Biden.
Now that you spent so much time at home, maybe it's time to find a new one. Realtor.com, the home of home search. 232-132+.
I don't think I can see anything worse at this bonfire than what I
Check
saw
them.
last bonfire.
What kind of shit is that, Kathy? I can't with you. I can't with you.
At this point, it's like, what can I do about it?
I may not be watching wrestling. I'm still going to come to love you, Kathy.
I'm really sorry. There were quite a few things in the challenges that I've seen that were very rough. And one part of the crash, I had two roads. One road was continue living my life this way. Or another road was to live a better life for myself and for my family. Professional wrestling landscape, not upset or anything with Tom wrestling. It was just my favorite thing in the world.
Now, who is this? Zoe. Oh, these are the ones that got hired in. Yeah.
Started my training. Going to the gym really helped me relax and put my mind at focus, and I know exactly where I'm going. And
What's wrong with you, Kathy? He says his wife is missing. The first thing you said, did you check under the sofa? Like, is Steve that bad? She got to hide from his ass?
Every single day is just amazing.
I mean, I don't know Steve that well. I've seen him in the chat, but fuck, what the hell?
I knew where I belonged. This family did everything I worked so hard for. It was time to show the world what I could do. If you're a powerhouse, I'm a powerhouse.
Joseph,
I did several years in jiu-jitsu and MMA.
you know what?
I love Gina. Handle it all day long. And I had to play it all out. Anything that matters, I let it all out. And I like every woman here on the
I'm on my last Mountain Dews with you, Joseph.
people. There is no limit to those stuff.
Hell, but this guy think he is, huh? Saying he's calling twice, telling people that he's attacking. You know, I know, everybody knows. The real champion is.
Is that career? Samuel Escobar. Fucking,
Yeah.
shouldn't he be on 205 Live?
He should be.
Speaking of
But
205, go ahead.
he hasn't been on 205 Live in a while. He's been on NXT.
I think they absorbed 205 Live into NXT, I believe is actually what they've done.
They still have a 205 Live show, though. But I think it's a lot of the same.
You're good, Kathy. I'm just messing around. You're
Kathy,
not,
don't leave on his behalf.
I'm not mad at
Kathy,
you.
I need you. I
The
need you,
timing-
Kathy.
It was the timing of the statement. It's, I'm sorry about your wife. Did you check under the sofa? Like, I mean, I hope Steve laughed at it. He did.
He did.
But it was just, that was, Jesus Christ. I just can't. I mean, it just caught me off guard. It's rare that something like that will catch me off guard. She's eating a wiener, Joseph.
I don't know, Joe. I sent her a link. I don't know where she is. MSK. Yeah, veterans.
Where is B Lady? I'm surprised we didn't get the oh my god face from her when Kathy said that.
I think she had to jump off. She said she would be back.
Damn it, B Lady, log in. Just wow.
Kathy said, first, I wouldn't let you bother me that much.
Hey Kathy, I can read. I mean Doris, I'm sorry. It's hard to tell you all apart from time to time. Oh great, now you're looking like Walter, the puppet from Jeff Dunham. Shut the hell up. You motherfucker.
See, Kathy, don't leave me alone. B lady left. I can't have you leave too, Kathy. I need my backup. I need my hose.
Charlie, Umbrella, November, Tango. Oh. Oh, okay. See, like now, Steve, you had me worried, like, you know, everyone's abducted and shit, you know, and you're just like, oh, well, I haven't seen her in 8 months because they're separated. Bro, you should rejoice then. I'm sure she is Daft Punk on NXT. Who the fuck is Spaceman? Well, what is this gay ass gimmick? It makes me miss the fucking zombie from ECW.
It's MSK.
That's MSK?
Apparently, they haven't taken their helmets off for you yet.
Okay, well, nonetheless, it looked like Daft Punk making their in-ring return.
Cash, you mentioned a positive HIV test, so was that making light of a disappearing situation?
No, she was saying that was making light. And no, it wasn't making light of the situation. The fact that he said that he was trying to stay positive. And I said the only time you shouldn't want to stay positive is when you're taking an STI test. He just broke the Grizzly Ring better entertainment.
Yeah, he did.
Joseph, the video is slow for you, bro. Oh shit, who's this?
I don't know who the.
Doris, catch the fuck up. Come on now.
Oh, that's Breezango. It's Breeze and Fandango.
That's Tyler Breeze now?
Yeah, apparently he cut his hair off.
He's not the Prince of Pretty no more, but damn. You know what? WWE should bring back Shannon Moore for one match to take on the Prince of Pretty. The Prince of Punk versus the Prince of Pretty. Put the helmet on Tyler Breeze. What the fuck is Breezango like? What the fuck, dude?
Oh, I'm like ahead of you. Like,
you think so? You might be.
well, now they're
I'm watching on the
interviewing.
Peacock app.
They're interviewing Gonzalez and
Gonzalez.
Kai about losing the titles, and now Io Shirai's there.
I think Shannon Moore actually retired due to
And
health
she
issues.
just challenged Gonzalez to a match. Io Shirai did.
Shio don't want to fight Io.
What do you mean they got screwed again, Joseph? They lost fair and square.
But Drew McIntyre didn't lose fair and square, even though
He didn't lose fair and square. Did anybody come out and attack Raquel and Dakota Kai before their match? No. No.
Obviously, someone should have fucking attacked them. Look at their makeup. It's horrific. Atrocious. Ferocious, even.
New year, new me. See, I died, then came back.
Joe! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, turn of all ages. Doris proudly presents to you Cash Von Esper, the best commentator on the show.
Josie, how are you?
You're wrong again, Doris, Joseph says. Joe's Candles. I hope you bring in the wax in because it's time to play.
Joseph girl, I am never wrong.
Let time work its magic and show how small savings.
Kathy, are you looking for the wife or the dog at this point?
Download the Green Light app so they can get.
Now, obviously, Steve still cares about his wife, so I'm not going to be making jokes about his wife.
Because if every child learns how to build long-term wealth, we'll change the face of investing together. Try Green Light Max for free and enjoy today.
Is C in B, C plus B in what?
Time is so limited. For the breathtaking view, travels from miles of the
And from the C to the V to the E, Cash Flow Esper is running this show, bitch.
Joseph Grohl, that was last week that the illegal person was pinned.
The last time
Yeah, like behind a full week, Joe.
3 years ago when I
Catch
did
up.
all that and started my relationship with China. Banking with China was super
Quick poll,
easy.
everybody. Should I cut my hair?
I don't even know what it feels
I
like.
thought you were
Which
coming
other
here.
girl?
I'm thinking that's
It's a poll, Doris.
Dark days, obviously early
And obviously, I wouldn't be cutting my hair, or I'd end up with a hairstyle like yours.
It's in good hands with us. Download the China app today.
I have very nice hair.
Do you? Nice for a blind person?
You might be.
You can't read it. Stevie Wonder says, "Oh, that's nice." It's okay. Doris, if you like to rock the mullet, girl.
If it was a mullet, I would have bangs, Cash. I don't have bangs.
Today is Tuesday.
Obviously, nothing's banging about you. Anyway.
Gary.
Hi, Doris and Cash. I just wanted to say hi. I'm running a 101 fever and just don't know why. Probably because your core temperature rose up to 101. And I just don't know why I'm gonna hang around. I'm gonna try and sleep. Much love, Doris. All right, much love,
Gary, get some rest. I hope you feel better, love. Take
And
care
remember,
of
when in doubt,
yourself.
call from the doctor. You'll find out. So glow.
Or at businessmarkway.com. Mama, nobody needs $15 figure eight Thursday. So I don't know if my mom handing
Excuse me.
So now the ref counted the wrong person out, and he doesn't know how to count to 3, Joseph.
Thursday is that. Real funny, real family. Thursday, is
3 is kind of hard. He must be a Patriots fan.
Who? The ref?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're thinking, man, but I know my aim. I'm not interested. Tell you what I am interested in.
Cash my ass.
That's okay, Gary. Take care of yourself, love. Thank you for
I have more respect for Doris than you ever will, Kathy. That's why I can talk shit to her.
popping in and letting us know, Gary, what's going on. I love you.
Much love, Gary. And if I don't see you in the next one, I'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, Kathy. He doesn't scare me. I'll go over and paintbrush him with the white glove that Bugs Bunny used to do.
Dexter Lumis versus Austin Theory next week live on NXT. Okay, I might have
And
to
then,
wait till Saturday.
oh, LA Knight's gonna make his debut, Cash.
I don't care.
You probably haven't gotten to that yet. So we'll wait for you to. Love you too,
Oh, well.
Gary. All right,
Gotta
Pump
just
Steve.
research my
Have a
girl
good night.
later. Hey, Pump. If you really want to find out if she's been active, Trace ping her email address, her Google email address. She has an Android phone, because they'll let you know the last time it was active. And if it doesn't ping, then it's probably been more than a week. So you can trace route it, look it up, Look up Trace writing email addresses on Steve, and you'll find out how she does that. A motherfucker, I may be. At least the motherfucking is not you.
Bye.
On a similar note, has anyone seen the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Nope.
Well, there's a song on there, So Long and Thanks for All the Fish. That was Kathy's last boyfriend singing it.
Would you stop with your Kathy Brigade?
My Kathy Bate hate.
Is good movie, Wrestling Forever.
So long and thanks for all the fish. So sad that it should come to this. I must run down to the clinic and get tested. So long, so long, so long.
Good luck, Steve.
You hear music and see the lights. It's working just right. Damn, poet didn't even know it. What up, y'all? Enzo ain't got shit on my rhymes because my shit is well off. Oh, I'm sorry. I just love this entrance.
No, go lay down. I know Daddy took you out. Go lay down. All right, Kathy.
That's all it took? Really?
Cash. Stop it. Yeah, he is Jet Wash. I don't believe he does pianos, though.
There's a. Oh, yeah, Wrestle
Wrestling.
Forever. Absolutely, man. But he might have WrestlePedia on his phone, so. Oh, absolutely, he should. If nothing else, it's just, someone that comes on Skype and I could run it through my computer like that.
Yeah, I would love to have Wrestling
Oh,
Forever
space.
on my panel. He is very
You know, Wrestle
knowledgeable.
Forever, I nominate you to take over my spot while I'm gone. I'm going to give the whole Arn Anderson speech. Now, you're not just going to have any spot on the panel. You're going to have my spot. And I'm going to give you this spot if you think you can handle it.
No, Joseph. Jimmy just took her out.
Ooh, Finn Balor going hard on Adam Cole.
Yes.
Oh, classic
yes.
wrestling. I love it. I love it. Headlock to shoulder tackle to jump over. Oh my gosh. Dude, there's one, believe it or not, that's one of the hardest parts of the match. Starting like this right here, because it just blows you up so quick. I'm just messing Wrestling Forever. Not saying you have autism and not making fun of you at all, but a lot of autistic people can retain knowledge like that. Oh, Kathy, I only do it for the entrances. It just, to me, it adds to the atmosphere of the show whenever I had the lights going. And, I mean, Wolfie really ruins it with his epilepsy and all. Fucking selfish bastard. Like,
Yeah,
my
Joe.
skills are good. I didn't at first either. Go back and watch my first Blog TV videos. I'm sitting here for an hour like looking like fucking Festus from Jesse and Festus. And then someone will say something. Yeah, I didn't have a lot of viewers at first.
Yeah, Joe, right before you came up, everyone could hear Jimmy in the living room reasoning with Tilly. If I take you out, I'm not going to be endlessly walking around the yard. We're not going to do that. Yeah, I got
Will Rally Sport. I got these off of Amazon. Actually, the company sent them to me because I test products. Like, I got a smartwatch over here, around here somewhere. I got a smartwatch over here that I tested for a week. It actually was very useful because I got it the week I got COVID. I was able to track my oxygen, which still is not above 96.
And obviously, it couldn't have been that much of a spot watch because it did you no good.
I love this car.
Wow, what a smart comment from Doris.
$5 on Amazon.
The company I got these from charges, I think, $34 for 36 weeks.
Sorry, what was that my kid just walked in? Are you ready to get this home test drive started? Yeah.
Well, I mean, at this point, Wrestling Forever, you're not anonymous here.
I thought you were going. You got damn phone.
And if you recall, like you said, you got a wrestling encyclopedia in the mind. In 1996, Mike Tenay was not a color commentator. As anything, he was just more like an analyst. He would come on and kind of explain how the Mexican wrestlers got their energy and what type of training they had to do. Like Rey Mysterio started wrestling at 15, Eddie Guerrero at 13, and they all wrestled together at the same farm. And he was just doing that probably for like what, about 97? About 97, 98, something like that. No, it was 97. And then he actually became a color commentator on the second hour and third hour of Nitro. You bought some Hot Wheels today? Hey, Joseph. I bought Keanu Reeves.
He's very proud of that, Keanu Reeves.
And look at his gun. Look at how big that thing is. I have like penis envy. But anyway.
Yes, Wrestling
Yeah,
Forever.
that's why he
That
was
was
called
why he
Professor.
was called the Professor.
And I'm pretty sure at that point, you know, Mike Tenay didn't feel confident like being on screen and shit like that. But whatever Eric Bischoff told him, you know, I mean, it got him there.
My son has the same lights in his house. He put those flashing lights on. I got up and left. Now that I think of it, he probably wanted me to leave.
I probably believe that too. Anyway,
That little bastard, Kathy.
Here's what you unlock when you direct deposit with state banking. Advance up to $200. There's no interest and no credit.
Yeah, he got that at Walmart rally.
believe it or not, you could also buy them at McFarlane Toys. As you know, McFarlane Toys owns everything of Spawn, as you may know. I'm pretty sure Doris doesn't, but anyone else may know.
Yeah, Wrestling Forever. He was one of my favorites too. Him and JR. Have all, other than Gorilla Monsoon.
I still think Tony Schiavone, albeit dry as far as announcing faces and heels, is a really good commentator because his knowledge of the sport alone. I think, didn't Tony Schiavone actually wrestle back in the 80s for NWA?
I think he did.
Wrestling Forever? Fact check.
And I believe he broke his neck, and that's why he retired.
Well, the only reason why I know about him wrestling is because at the show that I worked at, he actually come down to do a wrestling seminar in which he would train the wrestlers. And apparently his chop was more vicious than Ric Flair's or Chris Benoit's. Because my friend said he got chopped by him and he peeled like a layer of skin off the next day. Like,
I will give him shit, Kathy.
Bubba the Brain Heenan, he's definitely one of the best heel commentators, but I mean, you got to think how Bobby Heenan got started. Like, it wasn't even commentating. He was just a manager for the heels. So,
He was
like,
a wrestler originally.
Oh, was he?
Yep.
I wonder why he quit wrestling.
I think he also broke his neck.
Yeah, well, I mean, neck breaks back in the 80s, 70s, and 80s. That was definitely a career ender. Because, I mean, you never knew when the next one come around and get hurt. Like, for real, for real.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why him and Gorilla Monsoon feuded so much, was because when they were both wrestlers, they actually were a big feud team.
Oh, I bet that was amazing to watch. Well, I knew he was called Beautiful Bobby. But well, Bobby Eaton came out as Beautiful Bobby Eaton after he left the Blue Bloods in WCW, and which, you know, conveniently born in Huntsville, Alabama. Fact check that. I got to watch him wrestle Hacksaw Jim Duggan in Huntsville, Alabama, in which he went down to Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
So in 61, Bobby Heenan became a regular in William Afflius, known by his in-ring persona Dick the Bruiser, Indianapolis-based WWA promotion under the moniker Pretty Boy Bobby Heenan. That year, he wrestled his first match against Calvin Prince Pullins. He said he was never trained as a wrestler and that it came to him naturally. He worked as both a manager and wrestler after the promotion saw how well he handled the physical aspects of his managerial duties.
Oh, yeah. I would love to see Bobby the Brain Heenan versus Dusty Rhodes. I bet that would have been an entertaining match. JR, all right. As far as the best commentator goes, it really depends on what you watched growing up. Because wherever you had the fondest memories, whether it be WWF, WCW, I mean, JR done great in WCW too. But, you know, it's like, and he's doing great in AEW. But, yeah, it just really depends on where you grew up. Dick the Bruiser, I mean, it sounds like a porn name more than a wrestling name. Still a Royal Rumble number to get in.
Oh, I always thought it was Gorilla Monsoon that deemed him the Weasel, but apparently it was Dick the Bruiser.
Probably because he got a cheap win. Ooh. Well, did y'all see that, guys? A leg slap from Adam Cole during an Enziguri. Should Adam Cole be punished?
I don't know, because it's not the WWE main roster. It's
Right.
NXT.
I don't see the leg slaps really going anywhere, to be honest, because, I mean, it's hard to break a habit like that when you've been wrestling for 10, 15, 20 years. And, you know, that's how you remember doing it. You're always going to want to do it. You'll probably just have to start wearing padded pants or something. Also a true story. Road Dogg is shorter than he looks because he has padded shoes. He's also kind of a dick in person. Well, to a worker. He's probably really cool to the fans. let me say that.
Wrestling Forever, have a good night, love. I didn't see that. I
Oh,
will
no.
see you later.
Have a good night, Wrestling
I
Forever.
hope everything's okay.
I hope you don't have to rewind this to hear us say goodnight.
Me too, Rally. I hope Samoa Joe returns soon in the ring.
It's probably going to be June or July before Samoa Joe actually gets into the ring. Because I think that's when this past Monday, or it might have been last Monday, where he wasn't actually able to get to the doctor's appointments to get cleared because of coronavirus. So that's why, Samoa Joe hasn't returned yet. He feels great. He says he's ready to get back in the ring. However, he hasn't been cleared by the WWE medical staff or their doctor.
So I wonder why, like, other people that have been out with an injury have been able to get cleared. Is it just because he saw a different doctor, maybe?
Well, I mean, Samoa Joe came in, and his first, 3 months, he broke Tyson Kidd's neck. And so a lot of people blamed him for Tyson Kidd's career ending. So you had that. And then you had, the injury. He, He messed up his calf muscle, which took him out for a little bit. Like, he's been very accident prone since he come into WWE.
Right. And that was what I heard, that was one of the reasons why he hadn't returned to the ring yet, because he was very accident prone. And
I would just hold him for the rest of the contract on commentary, let him get the ring rust, and then he can go on to AEW and have to relearn how to wrestle. I mean, if I was Vince at this point, I mean, it's doing good, because at this point, Samoa Joe has the option whenever his contract ends. He can go to AEW and back to Impact Wrestling and go back to where his name was, but he's going to be slow having to get the feel of it again. Or he could stay with WWE on commentary until they clear him, and then he can start working NXT again.
yeah, Joe, Wednesdays are usually like that, though, because there usually are a lot of people streaming on Wednesdays. So on Wednesdays, people kind of come and go more than they do on Raw.
Well, I mean, Monday is a sports night. Whatever sport's going on besides wrestling is going on. So you're either going to have like the football fans or the basketball fans. They're going to be here, going to be there for that. And then you're going to have the wrestling fans that's going to be here for this. So, I mean, that's one of the things that we have problems with Monday. But Wednesday, actually, everyone's been telling me YouTube's just been slow as fuck as of late. Zanron just now got his fucking 1,000 hours, so he's finally able to monetize.
Nice.
But yeah, didn't wrestle forever. Doesn't he have another show with a chick on Wednesday nights that he does?
I don't know.
Or edits?
Maybe.
I believe that's what he said.
Yeah.
We're committed to making Guardians available and affordable.
Yeah, Samoa Joe, he's accident prone. I don't know if he's just making, I guess you could say, rookie mistakes in WWE, or if he just wrestled injured a lot in TNA. I mean, that's just the two questions that you got to figure out.
I mean, because in TNA, he was one of their main characters. You know what I mean? And even in WWE, yeah, we see it less often, but we do see wrestlers who are main A-line performers that will wrestle with a lingering injury and put off until they put somebody else that can carry the show until they get it treated. So I said to him, "You really think I asked for a 12-inch PN?" Thomas, come here. Jenna's here, Thomas. Say hi, Jenna. Hi, Jenna. Hi, Joseph. Hi, Joseph. Say hi. Say hi. Jenna, ooh. Almost, Thomas. Almost. Jenna, it was kind of funny. Earlier, I'm in the bathroom, and Jimmy's over by where Thomas lays. And Jimmy's talking to me, and I could see Thomas, like, trying to get Jimmy's attention. So I'm like, someone's trying to get your attention behind you. And Jimmy's like, "You don't want my attention." And I could see Thomas over there, and he's like, all like wriggling on the chair. And then he jumped up in a spot where he likes to do bellies. And Jimmy's like, "Really? You're begging for attention? Really?" I may be a teensy little inebriated, Jenna said. You moved
really
your
think that's
towel
your
and
collection
everything,
is?
Thomas? Yeah. And it's funny, if you're standing anywhere near where he lays in his chair, he will put on a show trying to get you to notice him and pet him and
Adam Cole nearly got disqualified on that one.
yeah,
Holding
he
that
did.
crossface a little too long.
Oh, Jenna's
Just keep
face is
messing with you.
numb.
I got that
Ooh.
drunk once.
Oh, he went for the. Oh, Adam Cole's going for the knee. Oh, and he hit. He connected. Adam Cole connected with the knee. Oh, so close. Hey, hug. How are you, love? Damn it, Jenna said, Cash, I only had one shot.
Why would you think I'm asleep?
Because
I'm sleeping in my bed tonight. You're sleeping in your bed. That's what's happening tonight.
That's not very nice,
My aunt
Daddy.
stole my crown. I don't give a damn. I put that bed up.
Oh, almost.
Almost ain't there, Doris. Quit wishing for AJ Styles on NXT. There's no competition for AJ Styles on NXT.
Up, Happiness Without Guilt is going to do a shot. Thank you, Hug, for doing a shot with me.
Adam Cole with the Canadian Destroyer.
With a Mack truck. You'll hear that in a second. You'll hear it in a second. Wade Barron said, if that don't take hold, Finn Balor out, you're going to have to hit him with the Mack truck.
Okay. Doris is close enough.
You're just mad because I'm ahead of you for once.
The only time you'll be ahead of me.
Oh, shit. Ooh. 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 Just wait. Somebody comes out. Ooh.
Something smells fishy.
It should be there by now.
I see Kyle O'Reilly there.
Did you hit the 1916 on the outside of the ring yet?
Yeah. And now the
From
cougar
where Bad News Barrett from UK, who is good on commentary in NXT, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
He's all right.
Right, Jenna? That's
Not a good
exactly.
thing, but he's all right.
I think it's funny when you can hear her call her, and you know she's scratching. Now she's just shaking her head.
She's shaking.
She's like, "No, Jenna, I'm not. No." Oh, and Kyle O'Reilly's getting in the ring.
So I'm now down to 212.
Adam Cole looks like he's seen a ghost. And he's like, sorry, he's begging. He's begging Kyle O'Reilly. Ooh. Adam Cole. Oh, he's throwing him out of Undisputed Era. Ooh. He's gonna
I
give
thought
that
Adam Cole did
undisputed
one.
era
Yeah.
armband to Finn Balor. Watch. Oh, he just knocked out the referee. Oh.
Dude,
Get
he's got
him.
a serious elbow injury.
Oh. Again, he pushes the ref down.
Referees are just too flimsy. I knocked a referee out with an elbow once.
Oh, now he's slapping Adam Cole. Telling him, you did this to me. You tried to end my career. Oh, he's got to do the same thing to Cole. No, the ref stop him. Roderick Strong, where are you? Roderick Strong. Oh. Ooh, Kyle O'Reilly's beating the shit out of Adam Cole.
Well, that wasn't my prediction for NXT TakeOver.
Finn, you gotta pick up that undisputed era band, whatever you want to call it.
Well, how small Adam Cole is probably just a wristband.
Oh, Karrion Kross in the ring. And Finn Balor knew he was there and said, what took you so long? Oh, shit. Yeah, Jenna. So TakeOver, the two main events. The first night main event is going to be Kyle O'Reilly versus Adam Cole for the leader of the Undisputed Era. And the second night main event is going to be Finn Balor versus Karrion Kross for the NXT Championship.
So did you get the email about Peacock? $250 a month when you pay for 4 months.
No, I did not.
All subscribers to WWE Network should have got it. It's for the transition to WWE Network to the Peacock channel.
$2.50 a month for 4 months.
Yeah, they want $10 up front. You get 4 months. Yeah. What are you doing?
Now, what I want to know
Go to bed. Unicorns on the bed. How is it? I don't have my glasses on and I can see that, but you can't see it without. Or with your glasses. Oh, you can see it now. You look dead at it and wanted to just walk around the house. Is that what you're telling me?
I was looking for the one with the silver horn.
Oh.
Orange eyes.
Okay, well, it's bedtime, so you might want to just go ahead and get your blanket, go get mommy and Bubba some love, and tell Bubba it's bedtime too. Uh-huh. Girl?
Uh-oh. Oh.
Raleigh, the problem with a lot of people going to the main roster is like where WWE is trying to pick people from NXT to go to the main roster. Some of the guys don't want to go. Because, I mean, look what they did to Finn Balor. Granted, Finn Balor was from an injury that he got taken on Seth Rollins. But, I mean, it's just, they're not using the NXT people right when they bring them up.
No. I think the only ones they really used right are like Charlotte Flair, Sasha Banks, Bayley, like the first ones that they brought up. Ever since they brought up that first line of NXT Superstars, I think after that they just started. Like, look at Ricochet. Ricochet doesn't deserve to be a B superstar.
Well, he's just been sidelined since they finished the story with Retribution.
Yep.
You know, it's like I see him posting on Twitter all the time, and I wrote him the other day. I'm like, dude, we miss you. You know, I told him, you know, we miss you. We want to see you back in action. I'm not sure how many likes I got on it, but I'm pretty sure he liked it. Let me check my notifications. Oh shit, did he respond to me? No, he didn't respond to me. Danny Dorito. I thought it said Danny DeVito. I'm like, the motherfucker's still using Twitter. I wonder how small Danny DeVito's phone is. Because, I mean, I know he can't have like a large screen phone because it'd be bigger than him. Thank you, Jenna. I think she's a doll too.
All right. So now that I have the word, and I kind of feel crappy because I'm doing this without Gary and Wrestling Forever here. So I interviewed for a job at a hospital, and I just got an email saying they were calling me tomorrow with my job offer. The only thing that it impacts is my regularity of streaming at night. It's a 3 to 11 position for the time being. But hopefully, like when school's over this summer, I can switch to days. They just didn't have a full-time day position open. I won't be starting the job for a few weeks, so I'll still be able to stream for the next few weeks. And I will still stream when I start the job. It just may not be on the well, and it's kind of like I'm going to be making like $21 an hour. So I kind of can't pass up the offer. But one of the reasons I interviewed for the job was because they had day and evenings, but the day position, they only have like 16-hour positions. And if I'm going to leave the school, you know what I mean? I would want more hours than that. I would want benefits and stuff. So I figured for right now, take the 3 to 11 position, get my foot in the door. And she had said that they are planning on having more positions open during the day. So I thought maybe this, like I would do the school and the hospital till school's out. And then this summer, try to get on a day shift position, and then I could go back to my regular streaming nights. But yeah, so if I'm like normally when you work in a hospital, so I'll be working every other weekend. But the cool thing is I'll still be out in time for like the roundtable streams because I'll be home. It's only like 25 minutes from my house. So I'll be home by the time the roundtable starts. And I'll be able to catch some of Jimmy's streams, and I could always stream after work if I'm like wide awake. And like I said, if on my days off, I can stream at night. Doris elbows the patients.
Diamond cutter for anesthesia.
And I was holding off on saying anything because I wasn't positive if I had the job or not. But like I said, I got an email this evening saying that they were going to be calling me tomorrow with my official offer. But so like usually if you work weekends, you're off on like Monday and Friday of the weekend you work. So like I might be able to still stream like every other Monday night. And it's a 32-hour position. So I'll have 3 days off a week. So like on my days off, if someone else isn't already streaming like Jimmy or Lisa, I could do a stream, and we could just do like we used to do on the old Wednesday stream and just kind of have a chat if there's no wrestling on. And I know it might even be a good timing because like Cash will be unavailable for a while, and well, I'll still be here. It'll just be on different days. And like it won't be set days, but I'll still definitely be on YouTube. And I'll still be hanging with you guys. It just won't be on the same days every week. But yeah, like it's at, and the cool thing is it's at UMass Leominster, which is a big hospital. It's like one of the university hospitals, so it's a teaching hospital. So I could really kind of further my career there. And they have like a lot of good benefits, and so it's better for overall. It'll just be until I get my feet in the door and able to get a day shift.
So yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna miss you. It's a shame that you're not gonna be around, ever again. I guess I'll have to start doing my own Raw and NXT shows. Yes.
And like Jimmy was like, if you do work on the nights that wrestling's on, he's like, you could come home and do like a reaction stream, like a reaction to Raw after the episode's done, which I thought was a good idea. Wrestling Forever. Did you catch any of that, Wrestling Forever? I'm glad you came back, by the way.
Oh, you come back right as Doris said, fuck you guys, I got a job, I'm not doing nothing else. It's all.
But yeah, so it's a good move. It just, and that was my thing when I talked to Jimmy about it. I'm like, that's the only thing that stinks is it's kind of messing with my YouTube streams. I mean, but like he said, I can still stream. It just won't be at the same times.
Yeah, I mean, you could wait for it to air in the UK, like 10 hours later and just, act like it's legit. Get the UK people following you.
So Wrestling Forever, I've been offered a position at a big hospital here. And the only thing that it will affect is my regular during the wrestling show streams, because it's a 3 to 11 position for right now. So if I stream, it'll be later. Like it won't be during the wrestling shows. Yeah. It might be like at 11:30 or midnight my time.
Watch out. Boy, watch where you step and go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Doris. Go.
But it really benefits me in the long run. And when Jimmy and I talked about it, once school is out and I don't have to worry about that job anymore, she had said that they may have bigger positions opening up on day shift, because right now all they have is like a 16-hour position. And I wouldn't get benefits or anything. So hi, Wolfie. So yeah, she just emailed me because she was waiting for all my references to come in, And that's why I was holding off on saying anything, because I didn't want to tell you guys about it and then it not go through. Oh yeah. And like Jimmy said, like if I work on a Monday night, I could always do like a reaction stream to Monday Night Raw or a reaction stream to NXT, or we could just have a regular just talk about wrestling stream. Like we don't have to do a watch party stream.
We could be insider sources.
Yeah. But yeah,
That
I'll
would probably be
definitely
a little bit
still be
easier for me.
streaming and still be on everybody else's panels. It'll just be at different times. Like once I'm out of school, I could stream during the day until I go to a day position, or I can stream at night after.
Well, I can tell you now, I'm going to be a flatbed driver. I won't be able to join you during the days.
Yeah.
And it won't be late at night. I'll be able to join you either.
Yeah.
Like right now, probably the prime time because I'll be driving like 14 hours. So it'll probably be like an hour before Raw starts. And then, you know, that's my 10 hours downtime. So I'm going to have to find time.
I mean, and like Cash said, he could always do a watch party stream. And if I'm off that night, I could always join him on his stream.
I don't have those viewers for that. This is where the wrestling fans go right here. It's the Dorsey's Wrestling Fanatics Corner. I join in and be an asshole just for the fun of it, just because that's what y'all like. Probably about 9 to 10 o'clock your time is when she would actually be able to go live.
Yeah, because it would be like 11:30 my time, and we're like 2 to 3 hours.
So it'd be about
behind
8:30.
Yeah.
Ahead, you're ahead, Doris.
So it would probably
the first
be
time we've been doing streams, you're ahead.
Like an hour to like an hour and a half from now, Wrestling Forever. Because it's like 10:23 my time now, and I would probably be getting home. I would probably be getting home at like 11:25, 11:30, and then come in, change, and then I could just jump on. The position is a 3 to 11 position, so it's 3 to 11 my time. And Jenna, I think you're 2 hours behind me. I think Jenna, because because you're in Oregon.
No, she's 3 hours behind you.
So you're 3 hours. So for you, it would probably be like 8:30, 9 o'clock p.m., Jenna. So yeah, it would be like.
So it's just now going live for you right now, Wrestling Forever. Like you're getting ready to watch NXT because it comes on there like an hour after it ends here. So no wonder Wrestling Forever doesn't like the Wednesday streams. He wants to watch that shit live. Well, live.
Oh, thank you, Rally. Yeah, and like if I stream during the day, it would be better for like the UK people, because I know that's how Jimmy's Tuesday stream works. That's when all his UK people join, because like Rally said, it's 3 a.m. there now. Well, you would probably still see him in Jimmy's regular streams and Lisa's regular streams. And like I said, I'll still be streaming. It just won't be at 8 o'clock my time. It'll just be either a little later or a little earlier. Cash, actually, I don't watch WWE live. Haven't been able to for years. Well, that's cool, Wrestling Forever. Wolfie said, Rally, don't tell Cash he is great. His head is big enough as it is.
Oh, did you subscribe to my Pornhub account? Is that how you know?
Wolfie, did you see Cash's Canito Reeves doll. I know I didn't say it right. Cash has been making fun of me all night. Wolfie should do a WWE stream. Wolfie doesn't watch the WWE. Wolfie should do a hockey stream. That's what Wolfie should do. Yeah. Ooh, 25% off titles and up to 50% off tees for WWE.
So if anybody wants to buy me a graduation present, I want one of the like miniature Undertaker WWE wing titles. Like for real, it's like I think it's $84 tonight, and Doris don't have her glasses on. It's up to 25% off select wrestling titles.
Oh, I didn't read the select part.
Yeah, trust me, I got the email like 8 o'clock this morning. I'm like, holy shit.
So I wonder, because I'm looking through my email again to see if I got that Peacock email you were telling me about. I wonder if...
Network, it was a WWE Network email.
Oh, it's a WWE Network email.
Yeah, it came in and said WWE Network's moving to Peacock. Subscribe now for $10 for 4 months or $2.50 a month or some shit like that. Special offer for WWE Network subscribers. Oh, that's some good fucking. And I hate pumpkin. It's the white stuff. I'm not never drink much of it, but I will take a shot to end the show because I really don't know except maybe Raw next week.
See, Wolfie, even Wrestling Forever thinks that would be a good idea. Spelunking commentary?
The fuck? I should not be getting any notifications.
Yeah, Hog. That's the one thing we have is we have a very good community. Both the round table and the wrestling communities are awesome.
Oh, absolutely. There's no disappointment at WWE Network. I mean, Wrestling Forever, it was COVID that really made WWE Network go bad. Because if you go back to the numbers, back before COVID happened, like when WWE Network first started, what was it? 10 million subscribers in the first month. And that was for the free WrestleMania. And they kept adding like 9 to 10 million per month till they topped out like 140 million people. And that was, streaming the network. Like we had so much problems with WrestleMania and SummerSlam and Survivor Series that they just couldn't keep the servers going wide. And now Peacock has the USA money and the NBC Universal to expand the servers to where they can stream, like properly stream. So, I mean, this isn't a failure for WWE Network. This is actually a huge thing for WWE Network to be included into the NBC Universal. I mean, it's kind of like WWE is being taken over by NBC Universal, and it's NBC Universal money putting out on them now. And that's kind of what it's like for Vince and Triple H. Now, Triple H doesn't, with NXT, that's Triple H's baby. Triple H isn't really using the WWE Network for NXT no more since they went on Wednesday nights. Honestly, Raleigh, it's really not that bad because with the Peacock Network, we get a bunch of NBC shows, we get the USA shows, we get live from USA. You know, I mean, not to mention exclusives like with Discovery Plus. I mean, to be honest, we're gaining where y'all are really losing because of the fact that we get so much more for $5 a month compared to the $10 a month that we're already paying for the WWE Network. That's not necessarily true, Wolfie. I mean, Raw and SmackDown's getting pretty bad, but NXT is really shining. And, you know, it's like, I know a lot of people are watching AEW tonight. And by all means, please watch AEW. But NXT, in my opinion, has far superior talent. They might not have the names like AEW have. You know, John Moxley, Chris Jericho, you know, Cody Rhodes, fucking Darvin. Fuck, I can't remember his fucking name. Alan Darby. Wow. Why do I keep trying to put his name together? I mean, they even got Tony Schiavone and Jim Ross. You know, AEW has a roster of names. Paul White. But no, Vince really didn't care for the WWE Network. If you go back, it was Vince, or not Vince, but Shane McMahon's idea because they felt they could do exclusives. Darby Allin. But they could do exclusives to allow WWE fans to get more in depth, and not to mention the WCW Vault, the ECW Vault being added to it. You know, I mean, it was a huge expansion to the WWE universe. Christian Cage, but you know, it's just one that got rid of Too Hot for TV and Swerved. You know, that's really when WWE Network started kind of becoming non-need, but I'm still not paying $50 for a fucking pay-per-view. So I'll pay the $10 a month to watch the pay-per-view.
And that's the way I always looked at it, is paying $10 a month and getting all the pay-per-views. And then, like, and Joseph does the same thing. Sometimes if I'm home on a weekend and bored, I'll sit there and just veg watch like all their other shows, like Table for Three or The Chronicles, or
I'll flat out let WCW Nitro 1996 start playing. I mean,
right. And like I've said multiple times, there's been a lot of times that, like, to fall asleep, I'll have to put like an old school pay-per-view on, and I'll fall right to sleep just listening to the wrestling. As odd as that might sound.
I bet you can't go to sleep to WrestleMania 15.
Probably not.
Does anybody remember the theme of WrestleMania 15?
Off the top of my head.
Hey, Just Ray. I'm not talking about the theme song. I'm talking about the actual title of WrestleMania 15. WrestleMania 4 with the Chicago Bears taking on Bam Bam Bigelow. I fell asleep watching that. Not 4. Fuck. Might have been 4. I don't know. 1993, whatever. WrestleMania 15 was the Highway to Hell. Stone Cold defending his title against The Undertaker.
Really?
Yes. The Rock defending his Intercontinental Championship, I want to say, against Mark Henry.
So, Just Ray,
I disagree with that, Wolfie.
Some of the programming is available on Peacock now. All of they're expecting all of the programming to be on Peacock as of the 18th of March. Right now, apparently, that's what they're working on, is uploading all of the other stuff. Like you can see more of the like best of series on Peacock right now.
I'm not
But
be
yeah.
wrong about that.
That's why the network is still up and running right now until the 18th. Is so they can upload everything onto Peacock.
Wait, what? No, there's no fucking way. Okay, I'm completely convinced I have been put in an alternate universe. Because Highway to Hell was a WrestleMania pay-per-view. And now it's saying on here SummerSlam, 1998. Same year. But I remember it being WrestleMania 15, Highway to Hell. Stone Cold versus The Undertaker. But now the Highway to Hell, Stone Cold versus The Undertaker is a fucking WrestleMania 14. Okay, I was wrong. It was 14.
Our little wrestling encyclopedia says WrestleMania 15 was The Rock versus Rock and Austin.
But no, I disagree with trying to bring back an Attitude Era, Wolfie, because of the simple fact of all the snowflakes out there. If they did like an Attitude Era, even a watered down version of the Attitude Era, you'd have so many people butthurt over people like the watered down Brood or the semi-hardcore division that it just wouldn't go over well in today's society. See, where WWE is missing some people in the NXT and they're going to AEW, the NXT isn't as progressive as AEW. And what I mean is that they've got LGBTQ menish men and women that are going out there and wrestling as the opposite gender, where WWE still isn't allowing that. I mean, the closest we had was China and now Nia Jax.
And yes, Ray, they did bring out new women's tag team champions. They gave them to Gonzalez and Dakota Kai, and then they were challenged by Shotzi Blackheart and Ember Moon, and Ember Moon and Shotzi Blackheart won the match. So now Ember Moon and Shotzi Blackheart are the female tag team champions.
Yeah, I mean, them two deserve a lot of recognition. The women's tag team division in NXT could be a great thing as long as Triple H didn't follow in Vince, Shane, and Stephanie's footsteps as far as letting, just random tag teams. I mean, that would be like putting Raquel Gonzalez out there with Io Shirai to take on Zia Khan and Casey Carter, and then next week it's going to be Casey Carter and Ember Moon, which I think would be a beautiful tag team. But anyway, just throwing it out there like that, like how they've pretty much done with Raw and SmackDown with Naomi and Lana.
The one thing that I like about NXT and the thought of them having tag team titles is at least they've taken the time to make established tag teams. So like we have Gargano and Indy Cartwell, who have been teaming together for a while. We have Cardizano and I forget her partner's name, but she
You said
wrestles.
Cardizano twice. Tony Storm?
I said I meant to say Gargano and Indy Cartwell. And then we have Casey Cardizano.
Carter,
and then Cardizano, I think is how you pronounce Casey.
Oh, let's go with Casey Carter tonight.
No, Carter's Casey's tag team partner. She's the girl with the dark skinned girl with the green eyes that we saw wrestle the Chinese girl tonight.
Yeah, Zia Khan. Miss Casey Carter. That is her name. I'm going to follow her on Instagram. That's not her. My
I
bad.
know her last name is
Uh,
Carter, but I'm not.
Casey Catanzaro and Kaden Carter. It was Kaden Carter.
Wait.
They kept calling her Casey tonight on NXT. The Iconics. I mean, the Iconics
Right.
were huge in NXT.
And then we have Ember Moon and Shotzi Blackheart. We have Dakota Kai and Gonzalez. So at least before they came out with the tag team titles, they made established tag team women's. You know what I mean? Instead of
Yeah.
bringing the titles out and then being like, oh, fuck, we have no women's tag teams. Let's just start
Yeah, I mean,
throwing people together. And
yeah, it's like what they did with Peyton Royce and fucking Amber Rose. You must be thinking about me. Damn, what's her name? Peyton Royce and the golden one.
oh, fucking
Yeah, see? Wrestle forever. Fact check.
so we have are you talking about
Mandy Rose.
oh
Mandy Rose
yeah,
and Peyton Royce
like
made a
when
tag
they
team
first,
for a minute.
yeah, and that's my biggest problem is they don't have them team together for more than one match. It's like they throw them together, put them in for the tag team titles, and then after that they never wrestle together again.
Yeah.
Nora Greenwell, better known as Molly Holly, deserve it.
Molly Holly would have been a great tag team partner with Tori. I think they would have been a great tag team.
Yeah, Jenna, I love his kitty. I have Impact Plus, also New Japan. Come here and let me love you. Oh, she's so lovable, Jenna. She makes Thomas look like a snob.
Head bump. There we go.
She so makes Thomas look like a snob.
Teddy Long was a great manager. He was a good referee. Being a general manager, I don't think he would have been, and being in the backstage booking tag team divisions, I don't think he would have been good, in my opinion. Okay, so don't, just take this as a grain of salt. This is just my opinion. But I think that when they let him have that time when the storyline writers was off and he ran SmackDown, he really ruined the tag team division for SmackDown during that time.
Yeah. Yeah, me too, Jenna. Like that. Let me shut my thing off so you can see it when I point to it. So this cabinet here, Thomas likes to lay on. And that's where I go in the morning to get my clothes. And when I bend over to get it, he'll like head bump me to do the noggins.
Yeah.
I need to get my spot all set up so I can show off my kitties. Me too, Jenna. You talk about them all the time. I want to see your kitties.
I know this one right here, like as soon as I lay down in bed in a few minutes, like she's just gonna be keeping me warm.
She's gonna be cuddles with her daddies.
I'm sorry. Yeah, she's mine. Like, all right, like I was telling Doris earlier, I came in at 2:30 this morning. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Doris. But I came in at 2:30 this morning. I went into the bedroom and I saw everybody asleep in the bed. And she just kind of looked at me and laid back down for a second. And then she looked back at me like, the fuck? Because I haven't been here in like 2 weeks. Well, anyway, I sat there for a minute and I went back to the car, got my stuff and brought it in the house. And then I went back in there and I started to walk away. She come running behind me, just meowing the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Get Punk Steve.
She's pretty cute. ECW. I think the whole span of ECW from 1993, whenever they went to Extreme, all the way up until they ended, was a good show. Well, she was just happy I was home. I was talking to my wife on the phone on YouTube, not YouTube, Facebook the other night, and she started meowing at the phone because she recognized my voice. She wasn't pissed at me. I mean, look at this. Does this look like a piss cat to you? All right, I'm done loving you. What are you gonna do? No, I'm not done. I'm not petting you no more. You can tell who
Yeah.
she loves.
That's how Thomas is gonna. It's like Jimmy always says, it's on his terms, not yours. When he wants attention, you will give him attention. And when he's all done wanting your attention, you will not pay no more attention to him. The look is no good.
Raleigh, the only way that a spot in the Hall of Fame doesn't mean anything is when WWE starts giving it to people like K-Fed, who had one match, or James Ellsworth. You know, when people like that start getting into the Hall of Fame, I start having problems. Now, I get it being in the celebrity wing. Okay, you're a huge advocate, but Molly Holly being in the Hall of Fame with everything she's done, from the Holly Connection, whatever the fuck they were called, to the matches she had with Trish Stratus, to the PMS, or no, the Right to Censor. She was part of the Right to Censor, and everything she's done since then. Molly Holly definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. And not to mention with the Molly go round flipping leg drop, like that's one of them. That's one of them high impact moves that you could believe, especially with the ass that she had. You could believe, you know, put them down for the 3 count. I did not know she was in WCW as Mona. See, I did not know that wrestling forever. So yeah, I mean, absolutely, she deserves it because she, you know, we're counting off like what 9, 10, maybe 15 years in the wrestling business as an active competitor. You know, I hate that Alundra Blaze got inducted as Alundra Blaze. I wish she would have got inducted as Medusa, because I think she was much bigger as Medusa than she ever was as Alundra Blaze. And kudos to Medusa, when they started bringing the Nitro girls out, Medusa pretty much said she was done with WCW. Like, she didn't want to be recognized as a sex symbol. She wanted to be recognized for her talent in the sport. Doris, what is your thoughts on Molly Holly getting inducted to the Hall of Fame?
I think being one of the women that kind of helped bring the athleticism of the sport into women's wrestling, just on that alone, I think she did, because she never really, like, you never really saw her doing the bra and panties matches and the pillow matches, and you know what I mean? So like she was a wrestler and wanted to wrestle.
Which is actually kind of funny, because when she became like part owner of that nudist colony, where someone actually snapped a picture of her just like completely topless, and it went over the internet, you know, after she had left WWE. You know, it's kind of funny to think that she would do something like that after doing so much to keep her body covered.
Oh, sure, Jenna.
And I mean, granted, she, you know, she's free to do what she wants. I mean, she's out of contract and all that, and maybe she was an exhibitionist, but you know, she wanted to keep those two parts of her life separate. Yeah, The only way that the women's division in NXT will not end up like the main roster women's division is that the NXT women never go to the main roster.
Candice LeRae, I like Candice LeRae's talent. I kind of liked her as a face better than a heel. I don't think she pulls off the heel so well. She can do the, although I shouldn't really say that because I think she does the bitch show good. Like, I just think she was more, in a way, athletic when she was a face than she is now as a heel. Like, I think she took more risk, and I don't know if that's because the face versus the heel persona.
Honestly, I would like to see like a face heel gimmick. You know, someone that one week is face and next week is heel, next week is face, and it's not necessarily like the Fiend Bray Wyatt or the Demon King Finn Balor. It's more like bipolar disorder or DID. You know, dissociative identity disorder. You know, I would love to see something like that. You know, the way they change so many gimmicks around, you would think that they would think to do something like that. Like the closest we ever had was a Stone Cold what shit, you know? What?
Do you know how that started?
I have no idea.
Apparently, this one random day, he called Daniel Bryan. I think it was Daniel Bryan.
I was gonna say in 2004 he called Daniel Bryan.
So no, it couldn't have been Daniel Bryan. Who the fuck was it then? It was one of the tables for 3 that I watched. And apparently he like randomly called one of the other wrestlers at like 3 a.m. and left a voicemail going, "Where are you? What? What are you doing? What? Why am I talking to a voicemail? What?" And it pisses me off that I can't remember who it is now. But he was like, and then the very next week, he's doing it on TV. He's like, because I saw
He was
him that
probably
day.
calling Vince.
He's like, I saw him that day at the show, and I'm like, what the hell was that voicemail? He's like, I don't know, I was bored.
How bored you gotta be for that shit? That's great.
But yeah, and apparently that's how that whole what thing started. See,
Yeah,
Ray,
I agree with you on that, Ray.
We were talking about earlier, that we hate the way they randomly throw people together and don't have them team more than one match. And that was my point with the NXT tag team women's titles, is at least they started the teams before they came out with the titles instead of doing it like the main roster did and come out with the titles and then go, oh shit, we don't have any women tag teams.
You know, I just realized something really amazing, Doris.
What?
I know a way to call up Caden Carter and Ember Moon to the main roster and make them, just Caden Carter. Caden Carter would be great by herself and make her just phenomenal. And now hear me out, guys. Some of y'all are going to say yay, some of y'all are going to say nay, a couple's going to say fuck no. What about putting Caden Carter, her looks and her ability, in the Hurt Business?
I could see that.
I mean, she just got that presence. I mean, same thing with Ember Moon. That's why I said Ember Moon and her, go for the tag team titles on the main roster, being part of the Hurt Business. But I don't think Ember could pull off a good heel. But I'm pretty sure Caden Carter could.
Yeah.
Chelsea Green always injured. I don't know who Chelsea Green is. I hadn't heard from Tegan Knox in a while.
So Chelsea Green was. Do you know the Robert brand on NXT? He's an old TNA wrestler. It's the Robert Stone brand. So basically they have him with this stable of women. Now he's with Aaliyah and some other girl. They were on last week on NXT. When he first showed up on NXT, he was with Chelsea Green. We only saw her in a handful of matches, and then she got injured, and we haven't seen her since.
I mean, if you're at the bottom of the rungs like that and you get injured, I mean, especially with like something stupid like a schoolboy or something like that, Triple H may just bench you and let your contract run out.
Yeah.
I mean, that is his right. I don't necessarily think they need a female member in the Hurt Business, just right. And hear me out. Hear me out. I know some women, Women's International Month, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, I'm sorry, I still don't like the fact they had to designate a single holiday for it. But anyway, they don't necessarily need a female in the Hurt Business other than maybe a manager. But MVP is doing such a great job right now with him being injured of being a manager. I don't really think a woman is something that they need.
Well,
it'd be something kind of cool to play.
To be able to rightfully claim they have all of the gold, they need to win the women's title.
Well, I mean, Evolution made the same claim, tag team titles, your Intercontinental title, and the world title without having a woman in there.
True.
I mean, are we not right in assuming that the Hurt Business is just a modern day
Nation of
Evolution? Evolution.
Yeah.
When you say Nation of Domination, that there was that fight between Farouk and The Rock about who was going to be greater. Right. Then you had the jokes, like D'Lo Brown and what's his name, Owen Hart, when he joined the Nation of Domination. I mean, it just became a joke at that point. I mean, right now, and Rhea Ripley would not be a good fit in the Hurt Business, Joe, just simply because, I hate to say it, she's white. The Hurt Business is typically of blacks.
But in a way, Evolution, I mean, yeah, they had Batista and Randy Orton team together, and but they didn't hold the tag team titles.
No, it was Batista and Ric Flair. They held the tag team titles. Randy Orton won the Intercontinental title.
I was gonna say they were more like all individual wrestlers that were put together versus in the Hurt Business you have MVP that only wrestles once in a while. You have a tag team. I think they're more like 4 Horsemen, if you ask me, because they have the Enforcer, who's Bobby Lashley. They have the mouthpiece, who's MVP, and then they have a tag team.
That would be a good reference, the 4 Horsemen. I could see that. The only reason why I wouldn't classify it as the 4 Horsemen is because they don't have the Horseman mentality. Because we never actually saw the Horsemen implode like we're seeing with Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin.
But in a way, didn't we? I mean, Barry Windham turned on Ric Flair. You had, I mean, they didn't really turn on him, but you had Dean Malenko and Chris Benoit leave the 4 Horsemen and separate themselves from them to go on their own because they weren't
the 4 Horsemen just kind of fell apart when Ric Flair had his heart attack.
Right.
When Ric Flair had his first heart attack and they had to pull it down, like, they had to put Dean Malenko into the Cruiserweight title to make him more dominant. They had to put Chris Benoit in the U.S. title to take on Raven. And to be more dominant. And then you had Arn Anderson, who had broke his back and couldn't work anymore. Ric Flair, who's out from the heart attack, and Montgomery Michael, who's out because, well, fuck, he's Montgomery Michael. We didn't really see it implode.
The only other thing that I think they more resemble the Four Horsemen than the Evolution is, and we all know this, the sole purpose of all the members of Evolution was to make sure Triple H kept the gold.
Yeah.
The one time that another member got the gold, aka Randy Orton, they turned on him.
I don't think AEW is going to absorb Impact Wrestling, right? I think they're going to remain two entities, just like with Ring of Honor. They're just doing a talent exchange. Now, it was for Triple H to keep the world title. And that only happened there at the end after the Royal Rumble. The Royal Rumble of WrestleMania 20, which was 2004. Was it 4? No, 5. I'm probably off on the dates a little bit. But anyway, it was only to get that going. And, I mean, if we're really going to be honest, the whole idea of Evolution was to create a Four Horsemen scenario to where they could push Batista and Randy Orton into the main event. Where right now, like, we're not necessarily seeing that with the Hurt Business. We never really saw it with the Four Horsemen. Never did we ever think in the Four Horsemen that we was going to see Chris Benoit go against Ric Flair for the title.
Right.
Or, and so forth and so on. And, you saw that back then with the Four Horsemen.
Yeah.
And we're kind of seeing that with the Hurt Business now, which is why I could see, you saying that about the Four Horsemen and the Hurt Business. But then again, it's I don't think it'll lead up to an implosion like Cedric Alexander trying to do his own thing. Because the Four Horsemen was a unit. It's like when Chris Benoit went after Kevin Sullivan, the whole Four Horsemen went after the Dungeon of Doom. It was Arn Anderson going straight to the Giant, Ric Flair going straight to Conan, which I still don't know why the fuck he was in the Dungeon of Doom.
I mean, and in a way, that's like
04 was WrestleMania 20 Wrestling Forever. That was when we saw Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit win their respective championships. That's why I said, I kind of fucked up. I think we're actually thinking like 05 and 06. Because it was 06 that John Cena unveiled the spinner title after beating JBL. And then we had Batista, who would be, I want to say Triple H. Batista beat Triple H for the title at that WrestleMania in 06. So,
yeah.
But 04 definitely Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero.
That was the sole purpose of Evolution, was to bring Batista and Randy. I mean, like both Triple H and Ric Flair have said it multiple times that, like, behind the scenes, that's what they were basically like, give us them and to work with. And
it wasn't a bad idea because, I mean, Randy Orton was dry to that point.
Right.
Same thing with Batista. They had no mic skills. They had in-ring ability, but no mic skills.
Yeah.
And working with Evolution, they was allowed to get comfortable and relaxed and find a gimmick that suited them. We're seeing them. We're seeing them. We're just really commenting on different things that we're seeing as we go through. I'm not ignoring y'all. If I don't see it, if I see a comment, but I don't see it being important to the conversation that me and Doris is having at the moment, I won't respond. It might be a point I make in a minute.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Wrestling Forever. Sometimes, and I do the same thing. Sometimes I'll finish my thought in the conversation and then I'll go back to a comment. So
yeah, that's the only problem with YouTube panels compared to live panel Q&As, is that not only do y'all have the 20-second delay from the time me and Doris are talking, but you know, it's like y'all are asking questions still while Doris and I are still talking, and we can't give y'all time if we're giving y'all content to ask a question. So we're having to read as we talk, which is a lot of reason why we pause and kind of stutter for a second, because, you know, it's like I read while I was saying that Impact Wrestling Division is not bad. They need more women, definitely would be more interesting. And I don't disagree with that, Ray. But the problem is that Impact is still using the old WWE and WCW feeling for their women, and they want more sex symbols rather than competitors. That's why they brought ODB back. However, ODB had the fucking G tits with the fucking hard hitting action. And it was the same thing with Awesome Kong.
And
I mean, well, she wasn't exactly a sex symbol, but she's badass.
yeah. And they still refer to them as knockouts too? So they do go. You know what I
I
mean?
don't really know.
Yeah, I haven't. For some reason, we can't even get. I can't find TNA on my cable at all here.
Access is a paid channel that was going to raise my cable up $20 just to have Access Network.
See, and I'll even
AXS.
try to find it on demand, and it'll show TNA, and then it'll say we cannot find anything under this title.
Well, you can find AXS live streams on the internet. I would suggest looking for that instead of Impact Wrestling. So look for AXS when you know Impact Home. Otherwise, I don't condone piracy. But look on the Pirate Bay, and you should be able to find Impact Wrestling.
Yeah, Ray. I think Dexter Loomis. I almost wonder if they're at a loss with what to do with him right now.
I'm at a loss of what they want to do with him. I mean, usually from a wrestler's perspective, more than a fan, because depending on what show I'm watching depends on how you are getting me. Like when I'm doing straight commentary, straight heel, I'm doing it all from a wrestler's perspective. I kind of have an idea of what's going to happen next. But when I'm sitting here like watching a character and y'all see me just in awe, like Dexter Loomis, I love his in-ring ability. I have no fucking idea where he can go with this. I mean, if he would be the best gimmick to have never talked. Right. If they just let him not talk, just go out there and just destroy people. Let the storyline unfold, but him not saying nothing, just stare at the fucker. You don't even need a Paul Heyman for him. That's how great his in-ring ability is.
Right. And I think the way that he carries his character, that worked so much better for him. Like the not talking and just coming down to the ring and crawling snakedly around the ring and with his eyes that he never blinks and just staring through his opponents and just freaking the shit out of people. That, like, when he first started, I loved it because I found him so creepy. But now he's not as creepy. Now he's like
just the beast.
Yeah, it's almost like as much as I thought the zombie match was funny, it almost destroyed his gimmick. Like, because ever since that match, he hasn't been the same.
Well, I mean, not to mention, like, the zombie guy, he had like 3 other gimmicks in WWE prior. Same thing with Kevin Thorne, had 3 other gimmicks, including the whole white anti-Undertaker character. What was his name? Gideon? No, not Gideon. Fucking Ezekiel or some shit like that. But yeah, it's kind of like Kane in 97, 98, but Kane had Paul Bearer. Kane needed Paul Bearer for his character to progress. Right. Dexter Loomis, like if they had Dexter Loomis kind of mix in with like the Sting 1997, where like Dexter is looming in the rafters, Dexter Loomis, Dexter looming, you could kind of have fun wordplay. But having him just kind of snake around the ring trying to freak people out, after a while, it's going to become a joke. It's going to become a sideshow. And that's the problem with WWE is like they see talent but can't build talent.
Right.
That's the problem with WWE.
And Ray Carson,
I would not like to see Peyton Royce ever wrestle.
Yeah,
again.
no,
Sorry.
they need to build her up a whole lot. Right now, I don't think she could be a legitimate, either her character or her be a legitimate challenger for the Raw Women's title. They haven't used her as much. They haven't built up her character as a singles competitor. And Raleigh, I disagree. I feel like sticking Damian Priest with Bad Bunny has made him like every other NXT superstar they've put to the main roster and kind of made him get lost because they don't know what to do with him.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that, Doris. Like, all right, so we're not getting to see Damian Priest as an in-ring competitor, but we're getting to see his size compared to the other WWE main roster characters. Because when they go at the Bad Bunny, he just towers over them. And not to mention, it's giving Damian Priest a chance to actually talk, where he didn't really talk much in NXT. So we're actually seeing a character develop in Damian Priest that's not just like a fucking archer. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the shit, but I want to hear what he has to say. What is his thoughts on facing the Intercontinental title, or champion? What's his thoughts on, you know, protecting Bad Bunny? And you know, I mean, we're getting to see that. We're seeing character development as well as the possibility of seeing Bad Bunny actually become a potential wrestler, part-time wrestler.
And
so I mean,
Ray, I'm not disagreeing about her talent. My point is they haven't shown her talent as a singles wrestler yet. She's always been a tag team combatant. So, and up to this point, we've seen her in maybe a handful of singles matches. They're still using her as a tag team person, just with different partners. So I think they need to build her singles competitor gimmick itself, if that's what they're going to do with her. If she's going to be singles, let her be singles. And then she can build her character up and challenge for the Raw Championship. I think there's other women right now who already could carry themselves in a championship match.
The only thing Wrestling Forever about Dana Brooke being partnered with Titus Worldwide, the only difference between Dana Brooke at that point and Miss Hancock is a fucking stripper pole. I'm sorry. Dana Brooke was used as a sex symbol for Titus Worldwide. She wasn't used as a great talent. She had like one match about every 6 shows she was on. I felt that kind of dumbed down Dana Brooke as a competitor. But now we're seeing like she getting facial surgery and shit like that. I don't know if that's to make herself look more appealing to WWE management to get more spots, or if she honestly felt that she was ugly due to the YouTubers, or not YouTubers, but the Twitters. Peyton Royce and Billie Kay, they were a great tag team. I would love to see the Iconics become a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, hell, even 10-time women's tag team champions. I agree with that, but having Peyton Royce team up with Mandy Rose is two sides of a different coin. You're not going to get a good chemistry between them two, because from the moment they got brought up from NXT, except for the small little run with Billie Kay, they've been singles competitors. They've been grooming them for a singles title shot against Sasha, Bayley, Asuka, and Becky. And now they don't know what to do with them. You know, like Dora said, you know, it's just throw them with somebody and hope for the best. And I actually had a match like that, the Strange Bedfellows tag team match. Now, luckily, I was a face, he was a heel. And it just so happened that he, as a heel, was facing one of the main champions every other week. And then me, as a face, was facing one of the #1 contenders every week. So it just kind of, we just worked that angle. Like I'm working the heels, he's working the faces. And I mean, to be honest, the match looked better with me and him doing that instead of me and him working as a team.
Yeah. Just Ray, I agree. And I think it's a shame just when they bring out the women's tag team titles, they break apart one of their only 2 legitimate tag teams. It was them and Bayley and Sasha were their only 2 legitimate women's tag teams. And as soon as they brought the tag team titles out, they broke up the Iconics, which I didn't agree with at all. I just thought it was the stupidest move.
The Iconics ended up winning it from Sasha and Bayley. But then I want to say it was Peyton Royce that got injured all the way through the next draft, and they ended up moving Peyton Royce to Raw and leaving Billie Kay on SmackDown. Now, I think another reason why the Billie Kay and Peyton Royce had been separated is being punished for coming out on Twitter about being lesbians, but not together. I think that was another thing that just really kind of messed up their tag team, so to speak.
Ah, Lisa.
It's okay, Lisa.
And Riley, I'm
Royce
glad
is-
that you decided to chat with us and stream instead of lurking. I appreciate it, and hopefully you'll continue to do so. I wonder.
I'm not really sure if Royce is too good to be on the sidelines. I would like to see what Royce can do as a singles competitor and actually be given a shot to shine, not be
Right.
taking on Nia Jax or Lana. You can't have those two spectrums and have consistent matches. She needs to be taking on Naomi. She needs to be taking on Asuka. She needs to be taking on Sasha, Bailey, Becky, whoever, to where she can actually have a storyline she can work off of and get used to working one person. So that was one of the things that my matches got better with, is I got more used to working with that one individual person. Because when you're given the script at 10 o'clock in the morning, you literally have like 9 hours till showtime to get your shower, get something to eat, get ready, read the script, talk it over with the other wrestler, and if you have time before they set up the cameras, to run through the match real quick. And if you don't have your time management just right, you're either going to be too tired, too hungry, you got to shit, or you're going to stink. I mean, it's just being honest. If you don't have that time during the day to do what you got to do before a show or before a match, you're not going to work the chemistry out.
Yeah, that's kind of like Billie Kay. I'm kind of at a loss with what they're doing with Billie Kay. They like, she's kind of been like I thought the whole coming out with her headshot with her resume on it was funny at first, but now it's just like stupid. She hasn't wrestled a match since she's been a singles competitor. She's just kind of jumping from person to person, trying to get someone to like her, for her to be a manager type of person. Or at least that's the way I see that whole debacle.
Wrestling forever, that's actually quite important. Okay, first off, let me respond to Ray. The knockouts don't necessarily need to be dropped. Like, if the women are okay with being looked upon with lotioned fist, that's cool. But they really need to step it up a notch, like the knockouts used to do in 2009, 2010, taking bumps like men, working their asses off to be where they're at. It's like ODB, big old titties, smacking them, pushing them up, shit like that, throwing them in people's faces. But she took a bump like a fucking man. She would fall off a ladder like fucking Jeff Hardy. She had no problems doing it. Wrestling forever, as far as improv in the ring goes, it is absolutely imperative during training to understand that you need to improv. Let's say I fracture my ankle, not as severe as Sid Vicious did in 2001 at Sold Out, but let's say I fucked up my ankle. I need to let the other guy know without throwing up the eggs. Like, look, we need to go home. When I say go home, that means we need to finish the match. We need to do something. Right. Something's wrong. Something's not right. And I've actually called a go home twice. And one time was when I got kicked in the head so hard that the wrestling ring actually tilted. To me, the ring was still in shape. I saw the video. But to me, everything just went lopsided when he kicked me right here. And all he did was just graze me. But it was just so bad. I lost focus. I lost where I was. I lost what I needed to do. And the minute he grabbed my hair is the minute I realized, like, bro, we need to go home. Like, we got to finish this. Just go ahead and do this now.
Yeah.
Victoria, Tara, Mickey James, Gail Kim, all worked great.
Yeah.
So, they bumped like men, and they were great competitors. I was excited to see when Victoria come out, or when Gail Kim did the whole Trinity Matrix look. I was excited about that.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Doris. I know you want to get a word in edgewise. I just got a whole huge burst of
Well,
energy
and
on me for a
going
second.
back to your improv thing, it reminded me of the Broken Skull session that I watched with Mark Henry. He did something similar. He was in, I think it was a 6-man tag. And apparently he had a lingering knee injury that he thought was just a pulled muscle. But apparently he found out later that his kneecap had detached from all of his muscles. And when it did that, he was on the outside of the ring and he went down to his knee and it pushed the kneecap up. And he was like, and I couldn't stand. I couldn't stand at all. He was like, and I was the legal person. So he basically slid into the ring without like letting the fans know that he was hurt and kind of just went for the tag. And you could hear when they replayed it, you could hear it. But he was like, I told them, you need to, even though I was supposed to be the one to do the finish, he was like, I told them, you need to tag me. I blew my knee out. I can't stand. Yeah. And one of his other partners needed to step in and finish the match. But
we'll see. And when it comes to something like that, I'm pretty sure Mark Henry didn't explain it, or at least they didn't put it on TV. That when there's certain spots being called, like, oh God, what was it? The tombstone pile driver on me. When I got tombstone in the ring, let's say that was a tag team match, and if I fucked up my foot, and I had a tag team partner, like I'd have to tell him, like, look, man, we got to go home with this. Like, I know the promoter didn't tell you to do it, but we're gonna have to go home with this, and it's gonna have to be you to take this bump.
Right.
And you're not wrong in that, Wrestling Forever. When WWE focused on the women, like with the Women's Revolution or the sex symbols, they did a phenomenal job. But now putting the women back, like mid-carders and shit like that, they're really not putting a whole lot of thought to the storylines. Or the teams, so to speak. I mean, right now we're bitching about the women's tag team division. Singles competitors, I would honestly like to see Nia Jax get banned from wrestling until she can work on her timing, her spacing, and her weight. And no, I don't have a problem with fat women. I don't have a problem with big women. As a matter of fact, my wife is plus size, and I don't think I've been with the skinny girl since I was 14. But just in general, they need to work on her because she's too dangerous all the way around. And I think her weight might have a lot to do with it.
Just Ray, I'm confused about who you're talking about.
Charlotte.
Oh, okay. Pairing with Charlotte. Okay.
I'm assuming it's Charlotte. But I think Ray is also like very delayed because, while we're talking about something else, it says knockouts need to be dropped just like the Divas were in 2016. Right. I think that's when I was talking about the bumps earlier. Raleigh, I really appreciate the fact you coming in here because,
right.
To be honest, the Q&As that y'all give us, the cues y'all give us for us to give y'all our A's, it makes us think more on the sport of wrestling, which is really what this channel is. We like to think about the pro sport. We like to think about the entertainment aspect of it. And, I could give my insight from my point of view. Doris can give her insight from her decades of watching it. Was it 7, 8 now?
Yeah. Cash is calling me old people.
I'm not saying you're old. I'm just saying your social security number is 9. Oh, you said it yourself right there, Wrestling Forever. She had a ton of experience in Japan.
Yeah.
She also, didn't she hold the women or New Japan Pro Wrestling women's title for like 4 years? And was just kind of undefeated for a while. Like she's flat out fucking Goldberg, and nobody questioned it.
Yeah. And the thing, like Cash said, I mean, she had tons of experience. And if you watch a lot of like wrestlers being interviewed where they're not really caring too much about kayfabe, they'll tell you it's all about taking care of your opponent. And that's what makes a good wrestler. Knowing that as long as both of you are able to wrestle another match after that one, that's what makes you a good wrestler. And that's as big as Awesome Kong is. She was able to wrestle the smallest women and not even come close to hurting them. She could slam them, she could jump on them, she could splash them, and they never, as far as I know, she never seriously injured anyone. And like to me,
Yeah.
that's just what makes a good wrestler, either man or woman.
See, TNA was good. Well, they had bad camera angles. Overall, they had short guys trying to record up into the ring. But if you look at the WWE, when she was Karma and she was doing the Awesome Bombs or the Karmic Bombs, whatever the fuck they call her, she only wrestled like 9 matches in WWE. But if you paid attention, she would grab a hold of the shirt right here to keep the women covered up, from one, for when they bounced, and two, so she could pull them before they ever actually hit the mat.
Yeah.
Where, Nia Jax don't do that.
Yeah. I mean, and I think, like, if you watch Yokozuna's Icon show, that was the one thing that everyone that had ever wrestled him had said. When he would do his leg drop, they were like, he would make it look like he killed you. But to be the person taking it, it was like a feather landed on you.
Yeah.
And everyone that they interviewed in that show said the same thing. That like whenever he hit you, he made it look like he sold it like he was killing you. But like you never felt anything heavier than like a feather hitting you.
She's actually undefeated in WWE. Awesome Kong is. She actually defeated Sheamus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, she had a match with Sheamus and defeated Alex Riley. Well, it was a Royal Rumble. She eliminated Alex Riley, Booker T, Chris Jericho, Cody Rhodes, David Otunga, Dolph Ziggler, Epico, Ezekiel Jackson, Unico, Jack Swagger, Jerry Lawler, Jey Uso, Jim Duggan, Jinder
And
Mahal.
the funny thing is, like, thinking about all the shows that I've watched, none of them, like, if you listen to them, a lot of them will say there's only been 2 women that have, or 3 women that have competed in the men's Royal Rumble. Chyna, Beth Phoenix, and now Nia Jax. Like, they don't even mention Awesome Kong. Which I don't understand why. I mean, it's not like, yeah, she ended up pregnant, but I'm sure it will soon. I'm calling the dentist in the morning. I liked Beth Phoenix versus Nia Jax at the Rumble. Phoenix good, commentated good in ring. Not sure what you think. Oh, I loved Beth Phoenix as a competitor and as a commentator. I think if she was able to have a one-on-one match with somebody like Nia Jax, I think she would do well in it, as she always did. And I think that she showed exactly how much of a badass she was when she split the back of her head open in the Women's Royal Rumble and stayed in the match, even though every time she went to the outside of the ring, every ref would ask her to let them get her eliminated, and she kept saying no.
If it's not your time, it's not your time.
Right.
Now,
and that could
I
be
get it.
wrestling forever.
I get it. If someone's injured and it's visible like that, ask them to be like, yo, just go home. But the way I see it, if you can still compete and you're, not suffering from a concussion, like some people will suffer from concussion as soon as they get it. Some people. You okay?
Yes, Ray. I think it's April 15th. They're moving to Tuesday nights. And that could be wrestling forever. Maybe it is because she's in AEW now, that they don't want to acknowledge her run.
To be honest, Raleigh, as an in-ring competitor, if I was wrestling somebody that was bleeding and I knew they didn't have an STI, I would take that energy that they're putting out and use it for my benefit. If I accidentally bust somebody open and they tell me it's okay when we lock up and just keep going with the match, I will sit there and I would just work that blood like a motherfucker, like, Beth Phoenix did. And, it's that point, if they can compete and they can still focus on what they're supposed to do, let them go. But, the threat of STDs and shit like that, I can understand it. But that's why WWE does the testing now, especially after Bob Orton tested positive for Hep C after they had him bleeding in the ring.
See, I heard that he knew he had Hep C, and that the Undertaker was pissed, and WWE was pissed because he never let it be known that he had Hep C.
You're not going to be 60 years old getting your fucking prostate exams and shit and not have them draw blood and test you for Hep C or anything like that. Because when you have hepatitis, you're going to show signs, whether it be psoriasis, cirrhosis, or any of those signs. They're going to test for those when you start experiencing those symptoms. So there's no way he didn't fucking know.
Yeah.
And I believe Bob Orton actually did have cirrhosis of the liver.
Yeah. Yeah, Ray. They are, and I find it kind of annoying.
Wrestling Forever. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was done.
Okay. Wrestling Forever, about the whole Becky Lynch thing, that was during a run-in right before Survivor Series. What happened with Nia Jax busting Becky Lynch like that? There was nothing anybody could do. Becky Lynch had one or two options at that point. Fall down and cry and ask for a Pepsi, or stand up and be the man, which is when that gimmick began. And, to be honest, Nia Jax's first big mistake, like, I thought Nia Jax was doing great until that point. But Nia Jax's first big mistake was that fucking elbow and caused that to Nia Jax or to Becky Lynch. And Becky's just kind of like, the fuck just happened? And when you're in the adrenaline and you get your nose broke or something like that, you don't feel it. You hear it. You hear when that bone breaks. You feel the gushing, but you don't think to yourself in that moment, holy shit, I'm bleeding. So obviously her adrenaline was going. She's in the sport for life. She loves the sport, and that's all she wants to do with her life. And that's where you can tell. If somebody gets their nose hit like that right there and they fall to the ground like, oh my God, they need to get the fuck out. And Ray, I mean, you're not wrong about that. It does seem a little cocky, but at the same time, with the ratings that AEW has had over NXT, this could really be a good thing for NXT to move because NXT has a great talent that's just being overlooked. That's one reason why Doris is okay with the NXT watch parties. Otherwise, it would probably just be Raw and just a little SmackDown video here. I don't remember if it was Wrestling Forever or if it was Wolfie that said we need to start watching NXT and doing this, but we're like, yeah, whatever. We reluctantly agreed, and here we are, 9 weeks later, watching Takeover. Like, holy shit! Did you see that fucking shit?
Yeah. And that was my point when we watched the AEW pay-per-view on Sunday night. I was just like, I don't even know how they can legitimately compare that to an NXT takeover. And I think Lone Star got butthurt about it. And I was like, tell me this. I'm like, how many times have you said, oh shit, tonight?
Right.
I'm like, there's been matches that me and Cash have called in an NXT takeover where legitimately 10 times in one match, we will be like, holy shit, did you just see that? I'm like, and I just didn't.
Be like,
right. That's all right, wrestling forever.
See, the problem with AEW is that they got the names, but it's kind of like what WCW was doing in '98. Right. If they went with the 1996 and 1995, hell, even the 1993 WCW product idea, then we would probably have a better AEW today. But Chris Jericho's like, I know the names that's going to come in. Tony Khan's like, okay, here's my checkbook. And that's kind of where AEW is kind of fucking up.
And that is what
doing
happened
good with the TNT title.
Yeah, that is what happened with WCW. And Eric Bischoff will even say that that's what happened. He was basically given Ted Turner's checkbook and was told that he needed to do what he needed to do, and he didn't care how much of his money spent. And that was why when WWE took over WCW, there were a lot of wrestlers that didn't come because, like, when I watched it, so apparently John Laurinaitis was in charge of WCW when they went down. And they had a roundtable with John Laurinaitis, Shane McMahon, and I forget who else was there, but it was someone that was part of the takeover. And they had said when they looked at the WCW contracts, Shane McMahon was like, we saw the problem immediately. He was like, they were letting, no pun intended, they were letting the inmates run the asylum. And too many of the well-named wrestlers had too much control of what they did, how they did it, and had no backfall. Like, they didn't lose money. They were still making the same money no matter what. And they were like, and the amount of money they were being paid was ridiculous. So Shane was like,
Bret Hart was signed to a 6-month contract for $1 million in '97.
Right. And Shane McMahon was like, we were willing to take everyone, but we let them know that day that they were not coming over with the same contract write-ins that they had in their current contracts, that we were not going to honor the current contracts they had. Yeah, Wrestling Forever, because apparently they were never told that all they knew was the company was for sale. They had no idea that it had been bought. And they had no idea who bought it until Shane walked
March
in.
21st, 2001.
Good night, Just Ray.
Excuse me, 2001. Holy shit, we're coming up on 20 years since WCW got bought.
And that's what that was. It was like a 20-year anniversary roundtable for 3.
Go figure.
But yeah, and I guess originally, like, Shane was like oblivious to like what could happen, and it was the more experienced guys that kind of got them their own security, and because of the simple fact that they weren't sure how some of the wrestlers would react. Mainly the wrestlers that maybe had previously worked for Vince McMahon or had bad blood with Vince McMahon, like to just find out you're either out of a job or you're working for Vince McMahon again.
Well,
But
I mean,
yeah,
Vince McMahon even said it once upon a time that he was going to Ted Turner to offer WWF to him. And when he called Turner, Turner let him know at that point that WCW was for sale. Now, we don't know what part of 2000 that Vince found out, but we could probably figure it out by watching the shows.
right. Well, and apparently, like, originally they were asking for so much money for WCW that WWE was the first one to get the offer to buy it. They looked at what they were asking and they passed on it. And on that roundtable, they had said when WWE passed on buying it, that pretty much let every other wrestling promotion know that it wasn't going to be worth what they were asking.
Mm-hmm.
And Shane McMahon was like, it was a few weeks later that it came back to us, and it ended up being pennies on the dollar of what they were originally asking.
Which to a billionaire, I still wonder how much that was. Alexa, how much did WCW sell for?
Do you want to know the price for CW?
Cancel.
I keep wondering how long
I have
WCW could have stayed in business if Eric Bischoff gained control and had his big event. Well,
to be honest,
apparently,
we'd probably still have Nitro today.
right. I was going to say, apparently, Eric Bischoff originally was one of the people contemplating buying WCW. He could not get the financial backing to do it. And that's
I was just worked out a deal with Turner myself.
right. And at that point, Turner didn't own it anymore. It was
That's what I'm saying,
taken.
though. I mean, it was still on Turner's network.
Right. But Turner didn't own the network anymore. He sold it.
Well, out of the web, he wouldn't have to. I mean, you could have got Turner to give the money, to back the money for Eric Bischoff like he did back in 93, 95.
Right. I mean, and just from that, like, roundtable, apparently the first thing that the new network did when they bought it was get rid of Eric Bischoff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why for the last few months that WCW was on TV, you didn't see Eric Bischoff.
Well, pretty much from 99 to 2001, we didn't see him. It was like a whole 2 years we didn't have Eric Bischoff.
Well, he had cancer.
We understood he had cancer, yeah.
Right. And he went through treatment, but then he came back when he was gray-haired because he had lost all his hair. And then he left again right before. And that's why, because they that was the first thing they did was get rid of him. And apparently that was when it was funny because John Laurinaitis on that table for 3 was like, I was shocked when the network started telling people to come talk to me that I was the man in charge. He's like, I'd been there for like 2 months. He was like, so I was like, why are you coming to me, talking to me? I have no idea. And he was like, so I was kind of, yeah.
I don't know. Russo got on my nerves. Russo is a great heel. He's a great commentator. Horrible storyline writer. Well, no, he done great in the Attitude Era. And so I can't even really say that. He's just horrible as an owner. I guess money allocations where he was.
But yeah, so, I mean, and like Cash said, I can see, in a way, ECW going down the same road. Because you have Cody Rhodes, the Young Bucks, and Jericho, who know all the names, and
Kenny Omega, Paul White, yeah.
And they're basically, they have somebody else's money to play with. So it doesn't matter
I
to
can't talk about
them.
Lisa.
But yeah.
Well, I mean, that's probably the case. I mean, Russo was a good storyline writer. But when he did the New Blood thing to kind of push out the NWO, but still keep the NWO at the same time, like he was trying to follow an old equation that worked instead of building on what he was given. And that was the problem with Russo. He wanted to stay in the past. He didn't think it needed to go any further. It's not necessarily a bad thing, man, because what we're going to see with Shane McMahon, the whole heavy breathing with the whole Braun Strowman thing, is that Shane McMahon's ego is hurt, that he's having to apologize for running the business the way he sees fit. And that's what we're going to see probably on this next Raw or maybe right after Fastlane. You know, all he's trying to do is keep the talent happy. You know, like what we're talking about with WCW, you know, how they just make contracts and shit to make the talent happy. You know, we might see Braun Strowman get a title match against Bobby Lashley and all of the Hurt Business just destroy him. And then Bobby Lashley just finish him off with a Dominator, which looks awfully familiar to Braun Strowman's running Power Slam. And, you know, Shane's going to be like, look, you had your chance. You blew it. You said you wanted no DQ and you got the Hurt Business. You got hurt. That's not my problem. You know, you made me apologize and I shouldn't have to. I'm the fucking owner here. And that's probably what we're going to see from the storyline. And that's probably what's going to make it into like an ambulance match or a hardcore match at WrestleMania.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
What do you think, Cash? Doors, Cash?
And I think if you think about it, we've been down this road before with Braun Strowman. He did it with Kurt Angle. He intimidated Kurt Angle. He intimidated Mick Foley. And so this is like the third time. And now they've put a McMahon in there. And we all know that if the McMahons are in a storyline, they never get intimidated. And they always turn out the better, or usually they turn out the better one.
When Vince McMahon wrestled God at WrestleMania, it didn't work out well for him. I'm surprised that WWE didn't go under business or under the business right there. I'm just saying. That was one of the most stupid fucking matches of WrestleMania.
Yeesh. No problem. Yeah, wrestling
But
from
honestly,
that
that's where it's on.
to the McMahon thing, because we've seen, especially the male McMahons, we've seen them brought in to storylines. We kind of saw a little bit little bit of it with Stephanie and Brie Bella and Stephanie and Ronda Rousey. But
I thought it was huge when Ronda Rousey signed a contract at WWE because they did the whole Rock and Ronda Rousey thing with Triple H and Stephanie McMahon at WrestleMania. I thought that was huge for me. This is my last night, Lisa. That's all I can say right now.
yeah, really, I don't.
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen.
And it may. I don't think it's going to be a one-on-one. I think it's going to be a triple threat, and I think Charlotte Flair is going to end up being in it just because it's fucking Charlotte Flair and it's WrestleMania.
I hope not.
And it's going to happen because Charlotte Flair is already saying that as soon as Asuka comes back, she's challenging her for the Women's Raw Tag Team, the Women's Raw Championship. She said it last week.
Isn't Fastlane a week from Sunday? Or is this Sunday? Fastlane is this Sunday.
No, Fastlane's a week from Sunday. It's the 21st.
Okay, so I'm going to get to do Fastlane under the lights. I don't. To be honest, Rhea Ripley was the runner-up in the Women's Royal Rumble. She deserves it more than Charlotte Flair.
And I don't disagree. I just think they're going to end up putting Charlotte Flair in the title picture again.
I think it's going to be fun watching Bianca Belair versus Sasha Banks, even though I hate the whole whoever the fuck her little manager is thing right now. You know, I think it's going to be great to see Bianca Belair take on and beat Sasha Banks. And I'd love to see Rhea Ripley come out and be on that stage. The only thing I would hate, though, about it is that they're not doing anything with Rhea Ripley as far as bringing her to Raw and actually letting her show to the Raw loyals that she could do it. She's going to win Wrestling Forever. The question is how she performs going into WrestleMania and up to Backlash. Depends on whether she's coming out of Backlash for the title.
Right.
I know, Lisa. As you saw from my last two posts on Facebook, I'm kind of beside myself right now. I'm torn. I know what I got to do at this point. I know what I'm going to do at this point, but I don't want to do what I got to do. Honestly, Asuka, Charlotte, Rhea would be great if Rhea hurt Charlotte at the beginning of the match and Charlotte couldn't compete. Which might piss Charlotte off, but it's time for somebody else to shine. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The only thing that's been shining from Charlotte for this past year is her nipples.
Yes.
And she's not the only one to have a wardrobe malfunction. She's the one that had the most wardrobe malfunctions in the year, in my opinion. Next to the Attitude Era Sable. Poor Sable Marrow.
Poor Sable. Poor Sable. But, all right, guys, it's almost midnight. I got to get up in the morning. As much as I am enjoying our talk,
You're wrong about that, Wrestling Forever.
I agree with
If anybody is the female Shawn Michaels, it's got to be Bianca Belair.
Yeah.
She has the talent to be compared. Charlotte don't have talent.
Oh, he's referring to backstage. Yeah, I could, and that's simply because of who she is, that she would have that kind of power, I think. But yeah.
You know, Doris, I'm going to challenge you tonight. We always just answer a question and say, fuck it, gotta go to bed. It's almost midnight. Let's have one last final discussion topic over a cigarette. And that'll be the night. What do y'all think, guys?
You're a pain in the ass, Cash.
Is it not a good point, though? Ain't nobody said light yet. Out of the topic. And I don't know what my lighter is.
From what I understand, Raleigh, no one knows where Tessa Blanchard's going. She tried to make it in NXT, couldn't do it. She was in TNA, now she's been released to there. I don't know if she would go to AEW. I don't see why she wouldn't. Her father's there, but I don't know.
Yeah, that would be the reason why she wouldn't go to AEW, is because her father's there. Because if she got a huge push, people would be like, "Oh, it's because your daddy."
Right. Well, and it was funny because, like, I watched the 4 Horsemen Table for 3, and it was Tully Blanchard, Arn Anderson, and Ric Flair. And Tully Blanchard wasn't in wrestling. Ric Flair obviously was retired. And Arn Anderson was doing the training. And Arn Anderson said, at the time, both Charlotte and Tessa were in NXT. And Arn Anderson said that from the time that they both entered NXT, he made it a point and let it be known that he would have nothing to do with either one of their trainings. Because of that, he didn't want people to say he was playing favoritism because of who they were and whose kids they were. And
well, I mean, we're seeing that with Charlotte Flair. We saw it with Randy Orton. We've seen it with The Rock.
right.
I mean, it's like I said last week. I'm tired of seeing the generational wrestlers be number one when wrestlers like, well, I would say wrestlers like me. I was going back watch some of my old matches. I can't really say that, but where wrestlers that have great talent can perform aren't being given a shot. Like people like AJ Styles, people like The Miz, people like, people like that actually have good in-ring talent that WWE or whoever over the show feels that they need an Omos or they need a New Day, which, I mean, Kofi Kingston, the New Day really propelled him. Same thing with Big E. The New Day really propelled him. I'm waiting to see Xavier Woods go above Intercontinental title scene. But I think Wrestling Forever actually came up with a very good topic.
Yeah. I was just going to say.
Or could AEW recover from the exploding ring fiasco? And honestly, if it was up to me, this is what I would say. If I was Tony Khan, instead of being like, Kenny Omega, I would be like, we designed it like that to show just how explosive Raw has been for the past year.
Right.
The
only problem with that is by how poorly both the announcers and Eddie tried to sell it. That it was a huge explosion and people that were close to the ring were supposed to be devastated by the impact of the explosion. Eddie basically made himself seem like he was unconscious.
That may have been the intention.
He played dead.
Hear me out. Don't they have like the glass surrounding the fans right there on AEW?
No, it's a cage.
Oh, is it a cage?
Yeah.
All right. Well, all right. Have you ever been inside of an arena like without everyone being in there, like maybe half capacity or something like that?
No.
Okay. When you're in an arena like that and it's not full capacity, it's still set up designed to where the acoustics of the room can still push back. So it's like the equivalent of putting a firecracker in a pot and kettle. That motherfucker's loud as shit, but you pull it out and just throw it on the ground, it's just a but you put it in there, it's a pah. So
But
this is my opinion. This is my opinion. Just let me get this outdoors.
okay.
When you're inside the ring and you're doing a spot like that, Eddie's not a wrestler, right? Like
Yeah,
he's
he
not.
is.
He's just someone. Oh, he is.
Yep.
Okay, well, never want that one. But when you're doing a spot, something like that, you've got to do the spot. It doesn't matter how explosive or how weak the spot is. You've got to sell the spot.
Right.
So, I mean, that's essentially what he done. And maybe the acoustics of the room seemed louder to him, or maybe because it actually happened around him, it seemed louder. And that's why he just kind of sold it out like it was just the propulsion of the explosion that made him fall out.
I could see that, but did you see the end of the match?
I have not even wasted my time after hearing you talk about it.
There was no boom at the end of the match. It literally, the way it went off, there was the only, like, it was literally like they set sparklers up on the ring posts and they all went bzzz, and that was it. Like there was no type of explosion. Like there was nothing that like could.
Oh, God.
And that was why everybody was like, why, like, like,
that's what I'm thinking, Raleigh, is that it was just a firework mishap. It was probably just meant. I mean, there was a small explosions at the bottom turnbuckle. So, I mean, without the announcers and everything, it probably did seem a little bit louder. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't fully explain it. I don't know what happened in the background. And to be honest, like I would have just played it off. It's like, oh, we were just showing how entertaining WWE has been this past year.
And
That's why we did
that's
it like
what
that.
I said. I was like, they could have just like, but to come out and say that Kenny Omega can't build a bomb. And then in the same interview literally say, I don't know what you people expected. Did you expect us to blow everybody up?
He was probably just trying to save it, thinking that, I mean, he's getting pissed off at this point. Like, he put money in this, paid Kenny Omega money if Kenny Omega did do it, and to make it look and sound good.
Right.
But, I mean, I just watched the video of it, and that's why I was laughing. Yeah, you're right. It didn't look that good,
but and the worst thing is throughout, and I agree with Raleigh, because during the match, like, granted, they were probably just smoke bombs, but during the match, every time one of them hit 3 of the ropes, like on 3 sides of the ring, there was a boom, and it would spark and it would smoke, and so it was cool. Like, it actually looked like there was a small landmine going off, which is the way it was supposed to look.
Mm-hmm.
So to kind of have that, like, kind of attitude taken, it was like even what they called the 3 stages of hell on the outside of the ring. It was cool. Like, it was table, like, flat tables or flat boards on the outside of the ring with, I guess, the same boom things underneath them. Can you hear me? Because you froze. You froze. He froze. But like, and I just think that I think that's why I was so disappointed in the ending of the match. Right, Raleigh, I heard that John Moxley got on the mic and said that Johnny Omega or Kenny Omega was a badass but couldn't build a bomb or something like that. But I just like, what happened?
All right, so.
But yeah, so like the 3 stages of hell thing that they set up on the outside, even that played off kind of cool, because it was like when they landed on it, the boards like imploded and like looked like they exploded, so it was kind of cool. So it was like having all the other explosive during the match go off. I think that's what made the ending look so ridiculous.
And you may be right. Like I said, I didn't actually get to watch it.
Yeah.
But I mean, the whole thing. I mean, accidents happen in wrestling. It's live. You know, it's like when you have live audience. You know, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, they fucked up a DX promo, and what did Shawn Michaels and Triple H say? What do you expect from us? We don't have storyline writers. You know, you know, it was just one of them things. Yeah, it happened.
And then I think also I found the overall pay-per-view kind of disappointing because they had a ladder match. Not one person used a ladder as a weapon. No one slammed anybody else. Like, it just wasn't. They literally only used 2 ladders throughout the whole entire match, and both ladders were used to climb to reach the ring.
Okay. Now, so let's take this into consideration, Dory. Let's take this into consideration. Let's say you don't watch WWE, so you didn't have another product to watch, and you just so happen to come across this show of AEW. What would you have thought of the product?
If that was the only thing I had been experienced with, I probably would have liked it. I mean, like I told Lodestar, I would be willing to watch another AEW pay-per-view to see if they could fix it, you know, or to kind of fix their standing with me as far as the pay-per-views go.
Well, I myself, I think I would just have some guys come out with sparklers saying we're going to have an Inferno match. You know, just joking around at first. And then, like, right as the sparklers get to the ring, like, the ropes all catch fire. You know, and some shit like that. Be like, oh, and then, you know, everyone just kind of step back because it got too hot. You know, I mean, there's so many things that AEW can do from this point that if they quit pointing the finger and say, okay, let's try to fix this, we could get to that point. We could see the AEW of 2019 start to become fucking great.
Right.
And that's just one of the things.
What are you doing, Cash?
Yes. My internet fucked up, so it was just
Oh, okay.
my phone to finish it. But I mean, yeah, there's so many more things they could do. It's if I watch a casket match now, like Wrestling Pro pointed out, compared to the other casket matches I've seen, I'll probably be disappointed. Like I was disappointed in the first casket match that didn't feature the Undertaker.
Right.
Because I mean, it just didn't feel right. Same thing with the Inferno match when it was Kane versus MVP. I felt it didn't go over as well as Kane and the Undertaker. Now, what they did with the Firefly Funhouse Inferno match, fucking phenomenal.
Right.
Fuck Kane and the Undertaker. They said, fuck Kane and the Undertaker. We're doing Randy Orton versus Bray Wyatt, which is something I fucking expanded on and I loved. I mean, there's just so much more they could do. Moxley and Omega has great talent, and they're going to give us a chance to see it throughout the rest of 2021. And so we're going to put this, because it's so early in the year, off. I mean, we're going to remember it, but we're going to see a better series with Omega and Moxley that's going to make it seem so much fucking better.
And Raleigh, I agree with you, but at the same time, no one on Raw tried to play it off like it was supposed to be any different.
Hey, Raleigh, every single one of those pyros that went off Monday night did that. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. It's the camera angle. You can see in the ring a whole lot better from the side, from that one angle, and see the flames come around rather than have the flames come up and cover Randy Orton. The reason they didn't have Randy Orton's face covered up from the fire was because they wanted you to see his reaction. If you looked at it and was looking over that turn post, to you, the flames engulf Randy, and you see him freak out. And where it might have been the camera guy, it might have been the production truck that didn't zoom in at the right time, that's where it happened. It wasn't necessarily like, oh, someone made a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. That's a camera angle trick. It was like cutting holes in the Hell in a Cell so the camera guys can just poke their cameras in there.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't remember them doing that in 98, 99 because the Hell in a Cell now has the big square shit.
That's all right, Raleigh. No need to be sorry.
No, I mean, we're all here as a wrestling community talking and getting that over. Oh, she relit her cigarette. Cool, she didn't finish the cigarette, guys. I bought it 7 more minutes. Admit it, Doris. Admit it. The 3 days you're going to be at work don't compare to the 5 hours we spend together here.
Maybe.
You might be a little tired tomorrow at work, but you're going to get your rest tomorrow night.
Yes, I will. I look forward to my Thursdays. I know I can go to bed nice and early if I want.
But yeah.
So like, I don't think like it was just, but because of the way the rest of the match went off, like I think I was just disappointed in the end. And like you said, as far as a ladder match, I've probably been tainted because WWE has done so many great ladder matches. I was probably expecting a lot more. Are you doing?
Well, it's like Bobby Lashley. I would love it if Doris did it this week.
We'll see. I will see.
I'm leaving on Saturday. This is my last chance this week to play with my lights. But no, I mean, we look at it, and we look at it from a perspective of we're WWE fans, we're WCW fans. Now, if we had taken it back like we were ECW fans to the original Cactus Jack and fucking Chainsaw Charlie, whatever, fucking Terry Funk matches, when they had the Japanese barbed wire matches where, you know, shit would explode when they get slammed on it. This would probably been a whole lot better and a little bit more theatrical, a little bit more of an entertainment value compared to what WWE does. Or not WWE, but what ECW did. And if this is one thing I think Cody Rhodes really needs to get out of his mind, is that his show needs to be entertainment. It can be entertaining without being entertainment. And I really wish Cody Rhodes and Tony Khan would come to that realization, because that's what made WCW so much better. It was entertaining, but it wasn't entertainment. When the NWO hit the scene, when Kevin Nash and Scott Hall come out there and start fucking shit up, that we knew them as Razor Ramon and Diesel, and sitting here like, wait, hold on, what the fuck's going on here? They were just over there yesterday. You know, it's one of those things, like, we didn't know what the fuck was going on. We thought that at that time, WWF was trying to take over WCW.
Yeah.
So we watched it in anticipation and cheered for WCW. It didn't matter if it was a Dungeon of Doom, if it was a Giant, Teddy Long, whoever was wearing the purple and gold, that's who we were cheering for. And, you know, that's really where AEW needs to go in this standpoint. You know, I mean, they got the talent relations. Now they need to start working together on making something of it. Like, have Kenny Omega wrestle more of these New Japan wrestlers. Have John Moxley wrestling these Ring of Honor guys. Have the Impact guys coming over and doing their shit, you know. And it can make the show so much better. Yeah. Well, I never saw a table get introduced until the Giant chokeslammed Lex Luger on Nitro through a table to get after Sting, because Sting was the champion at the time. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Yes.
But I thought that using the table and using the chairs was amazing. So, I mean, like I said, WWE's kind of tainted us because they've given us the talent, they've given us the videos, they've given us the highlights to make everything perfect. And now we're watching an upstart trying to do it with a low budget.
Well, and that's like, and
honestly, if you're not giving NXT a chance, Raleigh, you're really missing out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, Doris.
I think I try to keep that in the back of my mind, like when I watch the AEW Dynamites, because like when it first started, I tried watching it, and when it, like the first couple of episodes, I thought, oh, well, this isn't too bad. And then it seemed like the further they went, the less entertaining it got. So, and I keep trying to, like, I like to say, a fan of the talent. I'm not necessarily a fan of the product. I think the product needs a lot of work.
Well, I mean, they're what, 2 years old? Well, 3 years old, if you include the 2018 dark shows they were doing. Now, Cody Rhodes, when he started using his connections, I don't think that he expected it to be as great as it is. And hear me out. I know, great, Cash, are you out of your mind? Yes, I am. But that's besides the point. AEW, when I saw the first AEW pay-per-view, which was High Stakes, it truly was high stakes for them. That was the make or break pay-per-view. They didn't do nothing flashy. They didn't do nothing spectacular other than Cody Rhodes coming out there with a sledgehammer and destroying Triple H's throne right there on stage. When I saw that, I got goosebumps because I knew it was a new era of wrestling that was coming about. This is why I'm defending AEW so much, is because AEW is just starting out. They're just getting their feet wet. Tony Khan's just getting his feet wet in the wrestling industry. You know, you've got people like, and I'm going to get to your question in a minute, Wrestling Fair, about Jim Ross. You know, we're seeing these guys that are coming from local televised, if even televised events, Ring of Honor, Impact Wrestling that has really no ratings because they're on a channel that nobody gets. And, they're given a stage to perform. This is why we're not seeing a great product. But they're coming into their own. They're going to get to that point. It may be another year or two down the road, but AEW has a chance to outshine WWE all the way around, as they've proven with the ratings with NXT. But I think it is just the names and the special reports. And we're probably going to see the ratings drop off to about 750, maybe 800,000 people again around June or July. And we're going to see NXT go great. NXT, though, NXT is full of talent that is hungry, that wants to have the WrestleMania moment. And they're making WrestleMania moments on Wednesdays, which is why the NXT guys are so fucking great. And I really hate that people are sleeping on them. But WWE is picking people from Ring of Honor, NWA, AWA, all around the world to come in and make a product. They're using a formula that has worked in the past. And to be honest, their talent and their programming can completely destroy anything else out there. Ring of Honor, AEW, Impact Wrestling. If the Raw and SmackDown fans actually gave it a chance. And Wrestling Forever, about your comment about Jim Ross. Yes, he did refuse to be a booker and talent relations. He does, however, have some say in what the product does. But overall, what he told Cody and Tony, this is your product. I only want to do commentary.
And I think, in my opinion, one of the problems with AEW, don't get me wrong, I think it can be great if it was utilized properly. I think they have too many promotions involved. So in my opinion, the talent doesn't get to work enough together to get each other's timing down. And that's one of my big things when I watch Dynamite. I notice a lot of kind of signals that we're not really supposed to see. So it's either they're not rehearsing or they're not practicing together beforehand, or they're sticking people together that have never worked together in their lives.
Well, right now, and I don't think people realize what AEW is doing by doing that. I mean, it's questionable. Why would AEW do this? And I could tell you exactly why AEW is doing it. Is because they're building a roster of premier talent from all these shows. See, they open up this opportunity for this talent to be recognized on TNT. We're talking about the birthplace of WCW Saturday Night, the birthplace of WCW Nitro. They're given this opportunity to come to one of the greatest programmings and easily accessible networks in the world to try out. Now, I say I said it would probably take about a year or two for AEW to get on its feet to where WWE is right now. And that's because they're getting the talent at a much lower price to see if they like how they work with their people. One of the great things about being a pro wrestler is having the confidence to go in and say, I can work with anyone. And if you can have that ability, which one of the people that trained me had, you're a great star and you can make the other person a star. Doesn't matter who you work. And I believe that's what Cody Rhodes and Tony Khan's doing right now, opening the doors for AEW and New Japan, Impact, and all them. And so they can get exclusive contracts as contracts run out. WCW did the same thing with the Luchadors, and then they created the Cruiserweight title. Because remember what they always said, don't adjust your TVs. They're really moving this fast, folks.
Right, but that's different. That's different. they're taking people that have, in my opinion, because of what I see them doing, have never wrestled each other before. Because on Dynamite and on the pay-per-view, I saw a lot of cues for, almost like, in my opinion, it would be like, all right, you got to do this, do it now. All right, I'm waiting type of thing. Like, it's kind of hard to.
No, I think I understand what you're saying. Kind of like WCW did it. It's like, these are the spots we want to see. Go out there and make the rest look good. And, you know,
Right.
it's just grabbing two people and saying that.
Like, for instance, on the pay-per-view, oh no, it was last week on Dynamite. They were
Hello, Bob.
hey Bob. Like, they were doing the tournament to see who would face the women's champion.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, one of the girls had her opponent, it almost looked like she was trying for a suplex. And she stood there holding her up. And apparently the other girl was supposed to reverse it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if there was a miscue, but finally the one holding her started tapping her on the shoulder repeatedly. And then after like 3 or 4 times of her tapping her on the shoulder, the girl finally figured out she was supposed to reverse the move then and win the match.
Well,
So,
I mean,
and
sometimes
that's just
people
what
miss
I
their
mean.
cues.
Right. And I just like, but I like, it seems like we see it a lot more in AEW, and that's why I feel like it's one of the main reasons is because they don't get to work with each other enough to, or they don't practice. Like,
You can practice till you're blue in the face. Once your nerves hit you, though, that's the end of it. And that's probably what just happened with that move, is that the nerves hit, or, you know, maybe they thought there was like 2 or 3 suplexes. You know, it's like I told you my last match last year, I heard double underflying clothesline. So what I heard meant to me that the dude ducked under our tag team clotheslines, hit the ropes, come back, hit us with a double clothesline, and then he tagged out. That's what I expected. And then when the clothesline happened, 2 people hit, and I'm standing there looking like a dumbass, which I just kind of played it off, you know, threw my hands down like you're weak, and then got back outside the ring. But I mean, that's kind of how it fucked up for me, because it was just a miscue in the communication. You know, They could have said, all right, we're going to do 2 or 3 clotheslines or 2 or 3 suplexes, and then, you know, that's when you're going to reverse this one and do the brain buster and knock me out. So, I mean, that could have been the thought process on that. So, I mean, we don't really know what the talk was.
right.
And, you know, like you said, it's not working with each other enough, but it's giving them a chance to see, like I said, how their nerves are going to be on a big stage.
Right.
Because these people don't work big stages like this typically.
And that's what I mean by I'm not a fan of the product. I'm not a fan of the way they, not that the way they run it, but I mean, and I don't, like I said this the night of the pay-per-view, I don't know if it's a contribution of the wrestlers not working enough together, or the camera crews not having the experience to try not to get that on camera and linger.
That's the problem with having live shows. You know, it's we don't know what could have been happening in the production truck. But any given time during a wrestling match, there's 8 with 9 cameras. You got the ramp camera guy, then you have the 4 turnbuckle camera guys, and you have the 4 ring camera guys. And the 4 ring camera guys, they're set up on like cranes and shit where they can zoom in and zoom out of the wrestling ring. You got the 4 camera guys on the outside that hit the turnbuckles or the turn post when someone gets knocked out. Okay, we can see what's happening here. Then you have the person in the entryway that can zoom down to show just like a spectacular view of like maybe a move or something.
Right.
I mean, we don't know if the main production manager was back there yelling at everybody, so-and-so fucked up. We're supposed to have the interview with this person and y'all put it over here. And they're sitting here like, what are you talking about? That wasn't part of the script. We're sitting here looking at this.
Right.
And then, that move happens. I mean,
but
we could say it's production. We could say it's the wrestlers.
I don't know. I just think that it happens a lot. Like, for instance, like the whole controversy with Dustin Rhodes back when the Dark Order first debuted. They went down to the ring, they attacked Dustin and Cody.
Mm-hmm.
One of the Dark Orders was on top of Dustin and apparently was supposed to be hitting Dustin in the face. And there was a camera right on the side of the ring. And the dude was punching the mat on the side of Dustin, which is fine. But he was punching between Dustin's face and the camera. So the cameraman lingered and showed the whole entire thing.
Well, the camera guys, they have the headsets on. They're told where to move, when to move, and how to shoot. That's a production truck issue.
Yeah.
The production truck should have looked at that and said, "Hey, switch to camera B or switch to camera C, whatever."
That's what I mean by I don't know if it's a production thing, if it's a wrestling thing, if it's whoever's writing or telling them what they're supposed to be doing. Like, it could be a mix of all of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's just one of my and maybe it's just because I've been watching wrestling for so long that, like, I know those are screw ups, or that we're not supposed to see those. But
yeah, it's like what I was told. If you throw a punch and you're more than an inch and a half away from my face, I'm not going to sell it. Because I mean, we don't have a camera crew when we wrestle. We don't have all the angles, so pretty much we can make any fuck up look good. Because I mean, the fans, they're at ankle level anyway. They can't really see what's happening in the ring. So I mean, yeah, it's hard to tell. It's less likely if it was the wrestler's fault. It's less likely the fact that he hasn't worked with Dustin, more the fact that he's not used to working with camera angles.
Right. Well, and apparently what made Dustin mad was when I guess he went on Twitter and originally had tried to explain it off by there was an inexperienced cameraman that lingered longer than he should have. And then some wrestler came up and said, "It was my fault, Dustin. I screwed up. I should have been on the other side of your head."
That's not a discussion that needs to be happening in front of fans or in front of
right, and that's what Dustin Rhodes said. He was like, "You shouldn't be coming on here saying that," and he was mad because of that. He was like, "Wrestling Forever," for what I understand, it was kind of like Sam Snuka just missed his cue. I believe he was supposed to. Let the camera go and catch The Undertaker to break The Undertaker's fall.
Oh, that shit.
And didn't. He held on to the camera and almost made the Undertaker break his neck.
Honestly, I believe that was one of the best angles we ever seen in wrestling. But to be honest, Sim Snuka didn't botch at WrestleMania. Undertaker botched at WrestleMania. And I mean, if we're just going to be completely honest here, the Undertaker was the one that didn't clear the top rope. It was his feet that touched. And Shawn Michaels will tell you himself, he knew he couldn't have got under the Undertaker in time. So he threw the camera guy at him because the camera guy was already up. Because Shawn Michaels was falling back, taking the bump that he had just taken from going over the top rope. So, I mean, yeah, that wasn't Sim Snuka's fault. It wasn't Shawn Michaels' fault. That was Undertaker's fault. He just didn't clear the top rope like he should have. See, Sim Snuka was supposed to be there to record the suicide dive onto Shawn Michaels.
See, that's not what I heard. I heard Undertaker was meant to collide with Sim Snuka, but Sim Snuka was supposed to be a little further up and drop the camera.
WrestleMania 25.
Yes.
All right. The Undertaker comments on botch that fired WWE superstar. All right. The botch could have caused serious injury in the worst possible time. Undertaker's named his WrestleMania 25 match with Shawn Michaels. That's his favorite of his career, but he admits it would have been nice if his famous dive over the top rope went according to plan. Midway through the 30-minute encounter, the Undertaker was supposed to win. Okay, well, shit. That wasn't the way Shawn Michaels explained it in an interview after WrestleMania 25.
Yeah. But
so
yeah, from what I
been...
heard, he was supposed to collide with Sim Snuka. Sim Snuka wasn't where he was supposed to be and didn't drop the camera and kind of make sure the Undertaker didn't land on his head. Like, you know how when they dive over.
Yeah. But WrestleMania 25 had 103,000 fans screaming and yelling for an Undertaker Shawn Michaels retirement match. That is how you botch a move. Right. It's not necessarily the fact of, oh shit, I just wasn't right where I needed to be. It was the fact of, oh shit, you're in the moment, you're feeling the adrenaline. He knows that his spot's coming up. When you're in a show like that, when you're in a larger show, like I think the largest show I've ever done was like 300 fans. Okay. When I went from 50 to 150 fans, my adrenaline hit as soon as my music hit because 50 people cheered for me. So imagine 103,000.
I mean, I get it. I get it. I'm not saying I'm
talking to Chad more than you, Doris. Yeah, I mean, he's sitting there, he's in the moment, and he's not really sure of the spot at that point. You know, he sees the dive happening. Shawn Michaels is close to the spot. So, I mean, for all we know, Sim Snuka might have just thought that's where Shawn Michaels was supposed to take it, and there was another one later or whatever. Yeah. But I remember seeing the video from the side because that's where the angle was when it happened. Undertaker's feet hit the top rope.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I said Undertaker botched it. So I guess as a wrestler, as someone that kind of sees it, Undertaker botched it. But if Sim Snuka was supposed to take it, then he botched it. You know, I mean, it's just it just really depends. You know, because I mean, if the Undertaker had a certain spot, I mean, he could have reached Sim Snuka. Sim Snuka was only about 3 feet off. It's possible. I mean, okay, so WrestleMania 26 was a retirement match for Shawn Michaels. I mean, it's possible, but it's just one of them things, man. I love going back and thinking about shit like that. You know, it's like it's a great possibility. You know, I'm now getting 2 different stories from it because it was Shawn Michaels that initially said that I was off my mark. So to save the Undertaker, I threw the camera guy at him, and that's all he said. That was in an interview I heard. So interesting. Yeah. Interesting thought. But it was such a small botch, Wrestling Forever. I don't think that WrestleMania 26 rematch was necessarily to make up for the botch. It was more than likely to remake the memory and the moment of Shawn Michaels' careers. Like when Shawn Michaels defeated The Undertaker for the world title.
Right, because it's not like what happened affected the match. because both men were able, like Undertaker got up and continued with the match. Yes, he could have been injured, but he wasn't. So it's not like it absolutely ruined the match. And a lot of people, unless you do the back stories, you don't know that was a botch. You know what I mean? If you're
Right.
like a true wrestling fan, you thought that was supposed to happen.
Well, you wouldn't even think it's supposed to happen. You would think like, oh shit, something happened.
Right.
You know, because the camera guy got in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know, so I mean, it's one of them things. Like Undertaker's biggest botch ever seen was with Goldberg. So I mean, see Goldberg, you know, once upon a time, 96, 97, 98, 168, 170, whatever, undefeated streak, 213, whatever it was, to be in what he was in WCW or WWE, you know, losing to The Rock or beating Brock Lesnar and then losing to Brock Lesnar. It's just, it's sad to see because he couldn't compete in a match with The Undertaker. But in WCW, he had a great ass match with Hulk Hogan and the NWO for an hour that actually went into overtime, and they had to finish it as Nitro started to re-air. Sid's leg break, Sid Vicious, I don't even know why he fucking done it. I mean, it was probably a spot that was called that he thought he could do, but that's just one of the things. I still get shivers thinking back to Sid's leg, how it was just dangling.
Yeah. Or my favorite has always been Lita when she dived over the top rope and pretty much accordioned herself. Like she literally landed face first, her head went back, and you knew just watching that she had to have broken her neck.
I believe they said she broke her neck on the set of Angel that following week recording that scene. She was doing a Lex as a takeover and hit her head again. It's when she reported the injury. So it might have just been trying to get, you know, ABC to pay for it. It's you know, like I said, it's amazing to see him think about shit and go back over, you know, what could have been, what was. It's 70 degrees. It's getting a little chilly in here now. And that may have been true wrestling forever, but Sid Vicious shouldn't have done it. He wasn't comfortable doing it. He shouldn't have done it.
But then again,
wrestling forever.
Then again, wrestling forever. Randy Orton says that when he first started in his, I think it was his singles, he ended up getting a lot of injuries. And it was because he felt like he needed to do a lot of the high flying off the top rope stuff like some of the other guys were doing. And he said it wasn't until I think it was Ric Flair and Triple H that said to him, "You're not a high flyer. Do not try to be a high flyer. Just because they're doing it doesn't mean you have to do it. You have your own style. Stick with what you know." Mm-hmm. And he says since he took their advice, he stopped being injured as often.
Yeah, it's hard not to get injured in wrestling. I mean, it doesn't take a high fly move. I mean, it could be a diamond cutter. It could be an RKO. It could be something as simple as a damn Boston Crab. I think one of the worst injuries I ever got was from a Boston Crab, and that's where I pulled my hamstring. And that sucks. I mean, your legs are bending the way they're supposed to during a Boston Crab, but he arced it just some way that pulled my hamstring. He meant to say Tori Wilson Doris. Don't read too much into it.
Yeah, I was like, Rose's Wilson? Who is Rose's Wilson?
I caught it like right off the bat when he was saying Lita and Trish. Tori Wilson She done the best thing ever by coming over to WWE. Same thing with Stacy Keibler. Sean O'Haire and Brock Lesnar. Sean O'Haire was a great athlete. You know, him and Mark Jindrak and O'Haire was one of the best tag teams, in my opinion. And to see them defeat Chronic for the tag team titles, what could I say? But I thought that was Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle, where Brock Lesnar did the shooting star press.
Yeah, it was. It was Kurt Angle. Unless he's talking about a different WrestleMania.
He's talking WrestleMania 19.
Right.
Yeah, I'm Sean Stasiak. I miss Sean Stasiak. I know he's dead, but I miss him. Another good wrestler that just people forgot about.
Yep.
Okay, Doris, we done went 2 cigarettes. I only wanted 1.
Right. I was gonna say I am not letting you guys not letting you do it to me no more. Yeah, he said that.
I mean, we're only 14 minutes away.
Yeah, well, that's 14 minutes that I could be asleep in 14 minutes instead of.
You're not going to get no sleep in 14 minutes. You're going to take Tilly out, smoke a cigarette, and get some more Jack and Coke. We all know how it's going to happen.
It was a sad.
You might as well just.
Yeah, Rally. That's exactly what it was. He missed the angle and completely landed on his head and his face, and
you missed the angle on angle.
Did. All right. So yeah, I will probably let you guys know Friday afternoon. Maybe I'll hit Cash Up and see if he still wants to do it, and if he does, I'll put on a little video saying we're going to do it on Friday night.
You shouldn't even give them a warning. It should just be like an explosive thing.
Maybe it will be just an explosive thing. Maybe I'll just be like, surprise.
I mean, you get on here about 10 minutes early and you do like a little countdown timer or shit before you hit live. I thought Sean Stasiak committed suicide.
I thought he did too. Are you sure Wrestling Forever? Come on, you're our encyclopedia.
I mean, I get most of the answers right. Hold on, Wrestling Forever. We got to figure out if Sean Stasiak's still alive.
Oh, apparently Wrestling Forever is correct and we are wrong.
See, I remember one of the better tag teams was Stasiak and Palumbo versus Jindrak and O'Haire at WCW. It was O'Haire that committed suicide. Okay.
Yes.
They were the Hardys in the ENC matches at WCW. Stasiak, O'Haire, and Palumbo and Jindrak. And then they put Jindrak and O'Haire together in WWE.
Yes.
Or, yeah. And then Palumbo with Mr. Ass. And they became married.
Yeah. And then Palumbo became part of the FBI. And
hey, you can't be a part of Doing for Gay.
All right, guys.
Domestic partnership. Let's talk about the angle, Doris.
We will. We may see you on Friday night. Make sure your notifications are on. Cash, I hope you enjoy that cigarette all by yourself. You can flash your lights for yourself if you would like while you're smoking that cigarette. And
but we're down to 11 minutes now.
All right. Have a good night, peoples. Bye. I love you all. Thank you for hanging out and chatting. Bye.